I'm calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education back to order. Item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Superintendent, Jorge Aguilar.
Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Someday. Item 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read by Board Member Ang Olson, who we have just learned was accepted into Yale.
Thank you. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, December 23rd at noon and Tuesday, December 24th at 6 o'clock p.m. and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Ang Olson. We are so incredibly proud of you. Yale is very lucky to have you. Item 4.3, Stellar Student Recognition. We're going to recognize our city championship volley team winners from Sutter Middle School. And tonight that will be presented by Board Member Garcia.
Thank you, and congratulations. Congratulations to Sutter Middle School volleyball team. Exactly, go Miners. The students on the Sutter volleyball team truly embody what it means to be a student athlete in middle school. As mentioned earlier, they won the city championships this season. The young women start weeks before school officially starts, with practices anywhere between 2 to 3 hours per session. So that's some tremendous hard work and commitment. They also attend practice or a game all 5 days a week, all the while balancing the schoolwork, extracurriculars, other sports, and community service. In addition, all the athletes maintain at least a 3.0, including half the team at a perfect 4.0. Can we applaud? Can we give them an applause for that? Now, besides all that hard work, these athletes model what it means to be leaders on the court, at school and in the classroom. The young athletes are genuine and kind. They cheer each other on during success and during failure. And they win and lose with grace. These athletes are very talented. Some play volleyball across the state and country, yet they strive to improve, reaching out to Coach Norris. Where's Coach Norris? Thank you, Coach. To continue to find ways to become better players. And these young women athletes should be very proud of what they've accomplished so far. The city championship, they have very bright futures on and off the court. So please join me in giving these young women athletes a round of applause.
Yes, somebody will take a picture. Go down.
Did you?
Turn this way. This way? Yeah, turn. ahead and turn on the microphone.
Oh, you're a leader. You're all leaders. This one?
Okay. Well, first, I just wanted to say that I'm incredibly proud of all these players. They really helped me through the journey because last year wasn't the best player, but playing with them really helped me improve. And I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud of all you guys, and I know you guys are going to move on to great things in the future.
You're not here? Okay. You're smart and incredibly talented. So, congratulations again. Congratulations. Gracie? Not here. Not here. Margot? Yeah, Margot! Kelsey? Harper? Not here. Florence? Not here. Maya?
You don't get another one.
Kate? Nope. Later. Yeah. And Morgan. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Do you guys want to?
Honor Coach Morris, who put lots of hard work into
Oh. Congratulations again to the Sutter Middle School Volleyball Team Championships. We're so proud of you. Hi. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, only one announcement out of closed session. By a unanimous 7-0 vote, the board approved a special education settlement agreement in OAH case number 2019-080-613. That concludes the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda? Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. We're adopting the agenda. Item 7.0, special presentations. Item 7.1, approve resolution number 3116 in support of Sacramento Kids First Initiative, also known as Measure G. And I know we have a couple speakers on this item. We're very proud, recognizing that we are often resource-starved in Sacramento in terms of being able to meet the needs of students throughout our Sacramento community, to bring forward tonight a resolution to support Measure G, which would set aside 2.5% of the city's annual unrestricted revenue, approximately $12 million a year, to fund children and youth services. Absolutely critical at this time of resource scarcity. And so tonight we are asking to adopt Board Resolution number 3116 in support of the Sacramento Kids First Initiative. And I'll read a few lines, but first I would like to ask, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. We have 5 public comments. Please come up in the order you hear your name called. Sarah Michael Gaston, Jay Franco, Dexter Nishara, Daryl Roberts, and David Fisher.
Evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. I am Sarah Michael Gaston with Youth Forward and the SAC Kids First Coalition. The SAC Kids First Coalition is our city's largest grassroots coalition with 28 members, organizations, and 1,200 individual supporters. We believe that investing in the healthy development of children and youth is key to building a better Sacramento. Over the past 2 years, we have been working together to establish a Sacramento Children's Fund through a ballot initiative. We were successful in getting the ballot measure on the March 3rd, 2020 election, and it's called Measure G. I'm here today to tell you what Measure G is and what it stands for. Measure G is a ballot measure that dedicates 2.5% of the city's general budget for children and youth services. Luckily for us, Measure G doesn't raise taxes. Measure G funds services to help children do better in school, graduate, go to college, and gain work skills. Measure G will help reduce neighborhood crime, prevent youth homelessness and decrease truancy and school dropout rates by funding summer and after-school programs, tutoring, mental health services, job training, and school readiness programs. Through Measure G, we will keep thousands of our most vulnerable children and youth from falling through the cracks. The measure will require the city to appoint a volunteer planning and oversight commission to include public health experts, educators, parents, and youth that are responsible for developing a 3-year strategic plan. The measure also requires the city to evaluate annually the programs for impact and effectiveness. Then in 12 years, voters will have the opportunity to review the measure's success and determine whether or not they want to renew it. Sacramento currently does not have a stable funding source for children and youth. Funding fluctuates based on the politics of the moment and is often in response to an urgent problem. If we set aside 2.5% of the city's roughly $500 million general budget, we will be investing about $12 million each year into our young people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, first I'd like to thank all those that have been publicly supporting the initiative, as you know, that's important as we approach our March ballot vote. So thanks. As I look at the agenda, I do notice the phrase "putting children first." I think we have it settled there. If you don't approve this resolution, you'll have to change your motto. No, but seriously, approving the resolution would send a positive message from a district that, you know, has had some issues in the past. Well, in the past, you know, this can be the supplemental fixture that bridges that or fills the gaps that we need to basically grow and support our youth. If we want, you know, more championships, the championships don't come just from, you know, training, right? It comes from a healthy support system, so that way they can focus on their schoolwork, their outside family life, and sports. So that's pretty much all I have. I appreciate your support, and yeah, look forward to working with you all soon.
Thank you for your volunteer service. Dexter. He was one of our best volunteers on the Measure G campaign.
So thank you
Yes,
guys very much
previous
for
Measure
your
G.
time. I recognize a lot of faces up here, and it's just it's good seeing that we're all coming together, obviously, because the city has needs and the children are one of them. Since 2015, the youth in Sacramento, and not just Sacramento, but EBC, created a survey. We had about 1,300 results come all just from youth within the city, and we basically formulated Measure G, SAC Kids First, off of those needs, career pathways, 0 to 4, 0 to 5, those early age groups, plus transitional. Once we're out of high school, what are we doing with those youth? And I feel that Measure G, it helps the schools a lot, and not just within the schools, but it's going to be outside of the schools. What are we doing with the youth after school? What are we doing with them on their weekends and their time off on the Friday night? So I'm just coming here to strongly support it and just say I really hope that everybody comes together and realizes the need versus what it's kind of being played out to be versus, you know, we hate the kids, but it's really not that. It's just we all have to come together. So thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you, Dexter.
Good evening, Darryl Roberts, Roberts Fan Development Center. Good evening to each of you. I wanted to just read to you specifically what this funding will go to. 90% of the fund money for youth and child services, including mentoring, counseling, culturally based healing practices, alcohol and drug use prevention and intervention, job training, transitional employment, and case management, summer and after-school learning, artistic, cultural, and media expression, career-based internships, and family support services in early childhood education, parent-child play groups, and family support services. Much-needed services for our children. Measure G will double the number of kids who are in programs that we have today. We ask you and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Good evening, David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association, here on behalf of the approximately 3,000 members of SCTA, and we strongly support this measure. I think it comports nicely with our value of prioritizing budgets towards children, so that's kind of a no-brainer. Has lots of possibilities and lots of potential, including fits nicely with a concept around helping to create community schools and other services to not only are the right thing to do because for the students, but also potentially can help us kind of bring in ADA to our district by drawing in families that live outside the district. So lots of opportunities, happy to support it, and we urge your support of it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I think we have a board member comment. Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just want to keep this short. I just also want to just acknowledge, I'm really excited to support Measure G and the coalition itself. I'm proud to say I was one of the first endorser when the ground campaign started. I also want to give an opportunity to give a shout out to Dexter. And I say this because I've seen him on the ground really leading the youth work and movement around this. I remember when the city had a measure, something similar around Measure Y. EBC and the youth were, at the forefront leading that effort. They didn't win. They were also there during Measure G for Sac City Unified School District. We were so close, didn't make it, but they were there walking and talking. And third time is the charm, Dexter. And I really think we're going to be able to take it this time. And so publicly, I just want to give you a shout out because I think it's really important for folks to recognize that this is not an adult-led movement or ballot initiative. It's a youth-led movement. And so I'm incredibly proud of you and all the young folks that are leading this initiative. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. We could not agree more. It looks like we have another comment from Board Member Morowski before we will take a second and a vote. Oh, and then you.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to address quickly one of the criticisms I've heard of this measure. First, I should say I completely support it, but I have heard criticisms about ballot box budgeting. So making sort of decisions based on a vote of the people rather than just letting the elected representatives make that decision. I think, I as a kind of a budget analyst, I also don't feel good about ballot box budgeting sometimes, but this is really an important exception because it's for kids. And kids don't have a voice otherwise. They don't have, their own groups to advocate for them. We have our nonprofit partners doing great work in advocating for youth, but they deserve our support. And if we can prevent some of the negative outcomes that cost way more money in the long run, homelessness and criminal justice involvement for our youth by supporting these programs, that's what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Morowski. Board Member Minnick.
Just real quick, I'm really excited to support this, and I just want to thank you all who've been working on this because you've done amazing work. I know that there was talk about this going on November of next year ballot, and there was just too much excitement and too much energy to wait that long because people are fired up and they know that this is our way to make things happen for our kids. And that's a testament to the work that's been done, really getting people to know like what the possibilities are with this. So thank you for the work. And I did see a message recently that yard signs were coming out soon. So I was very excited to have one on my lawn in the near future. So thank you for all your work. I'm excited about this.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Actually, today is the last day to order your yard sign if you want to. I was also proud to be an early supporter, and Dexter, just having seen the thousands of hours you've put in the years from Measure Y to Sac City's Measure G, thank you for leading a youth-led movement with such courage and conviction and total commitment to the cause. I am very proud to support this, and so we have a motion and a second. I will read just three things. Sacramento City Unified School District's Board of Education believes that investing in children and youth brings a myriad of benefits to our community. Whereas Sac City Unified's equity, access, and social justice guiding principle is to ensure that all students have an equal opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. Whereas Measure G would create the Sacramento Children's Fund, a stable funding source for children and youth services. Whereas the board believes all young people should be central actors in the creation, development, implementation, and evaluation of a Sacramento Children's Fund. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Sac City Unified's Board of Education endorses and supports efforts made by the local community groups to promote Sac Kids First initiative and the civic engagement needed to help pass Measure G during the March 2020 election. We have a motion. Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Congratulations.
Preferential,
Do you want to come get this? Yeah, let's go.
preferential vote?
Student preferential board vote.
Aye.
And can we actually get everyone and the students to come take a quick photo? Okay, get in the middle. Oh, boy. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Thanks for hanging in there. Okay, you're gonna hold this. No, thank you for your great advocacy and your work. Thank you. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll see you soon. Less than 70 days. I know. I know. And you got a red jacket? Oh, no, it's Christina with the red jacket. Okay. Moving on to item 7.2, approve annual reorganization meeting of the Board of Education, election of officers. The board shall elect a president, vice president, and second vice president. We have, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have a public comment from Cecile Nunley.
I know, I feel like I'm going to run out of time. But good evening, everyone. Good evening, board members. And I'll make this brief because one of the things, I know you're doing your reorganization at this particular time. And in reading the recent report that was released by the state auditor, I think one of the key elements of that report was talking about stability of the leadership. Because one of the things that has led to so much of the breakdown of the fiscal resources as well as just breakdown in leadership has been there's no consistency. So I would encourage you as a board to really lean into that because the community does need that consistency from leadership because it really takes consistent, reliable leadership, and we're so appreciative that so many of you are staying the course on that. So I advise you to really stay the course there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Board member comments. Board member Wu.
You know, the state auditor general wrote that about the need for leadership continuity, and she just raised the same, Ms. Nunley raised the same issue. Perhaps never more so than now, as we must remain laser focused on addressing our fiscal needs, fiscal challenges so that we can meet the needs of students.
With that in mind, I'd like to request that our board president remain in her role and nominate a slate that will ensure that she has experienced leaders on her executive committee. So I move for Jesse Ryan as president, Christina Pritchett as first vice president, and Michael Minnick as second vice president.
Do we have a second? Do we have any other board member comments? Student preferential vote? All those in favor? Aye. The vote carries. Thank you. Item 7.3, board committee assignments. So in opening this, I do want to share that over the last year and a half, the board has undergone a board governance journey that has really delved into ensuring we are doing the difficult work of putting in place the processes and practices that will outlive us all. That means that we have been doing monthly trainings where we have been diving into the role of board members, understanding what it means to lead urban school districts with a focus on student achievement, really understanding how we evaluate gains in equity and how we contribute both as a board but also with a board superintendent partnership, and most recently doing training around budget to ensure that we can find the budget skills necessary to carry us through these very difficult times. With that, part of the board governance training was looking at the best practices of effective school governance committees and governance teams throughout the state. And one of the things that it unveiled is that effective school governance illustrates that board committees are sometimes problematic in that the decisions should be made and at the purview of the full board. Thus, as the board continues to be committed to effective governance and keeping students at the core of all our decisions, the board has had a conversation about moving forward in looking at reimagining the role of committees. Tonight, we will be entertaining whether or not we continue with a committee structure or disband committees and go to full discussions for the benefit of the public and the board. With that, I want to acknowledge, in particular, while good work has occurred in the individual committees, we believe that it's critical that we have these conversations for the benefit of all board members and the public at large. We see that the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee has been a critical place where work has been done to establish policies and practices around budgeting that were critically lacking and have been documented as lacking in years past. Under the leadership of Board Member Morawski, significant gains have been made on that front. And so after we entertain a motion around how we move forward with the board committees, I would like to discuss a proposal for how we tackle the work that's been done on fiscal transparency and accountability committees and how we might use that work as a tool for continuing to grow capacity moving forward. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Cecile Nunley.
Did I do this? Yeah, okay. Yes, one of the things that I did notice when it comes to the committees, in particular the budget committees, typically when I've been at other districts, I have noticed you typically don't have board members there because you really want to get the public's input. And then it always seemed a little odd to me because if certain board members are there, they're getting more information than the entire board, which puts people at a disadvantage. So I know that I noticed that specifically when it came to the budget subcommittees of the board. It just seemed very, very odd, and I thought that was not in line with what most districts do. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley. Board Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. You know, as chair of policy committee now, so let me just also be very frank. I would actually like to make a motion to move our board from committees to be able to bring the work back to the full dais. And I say this because as chair of policy committee, the conversation that's happening around student interaction with law enforcement, for example, when we worked on Safe Haven, I feel like those conversations should have happened with the full board. We did bring it back, but I think a lot of that really fruitful conversation happened in the committee, and I would like to see that happen on the dais. I also think it's an opportunity for the public to engage in those conversations. For the past 3.5 years that I've been on the school board, I feel like these committees have also operated in silos, right? And then we come back and make recommendations. But I would like to see these conversations happen publicly, in public, on TV. And so I actually will make the motion to move away from the board committees and to have these conversations from the dais. The only thing I would also like to add is I know that each committee has done a lot of great work, right? And I think moving forward, we're going to have to figure out how we can summarize some of that work to bring back to the board as a whole. And I'm looking at the superintendent and tasking him with that responsibility to do that. There are a lot of great work that we're doing in the policy committee, and I want to have a larger conversation with the board on that. So I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Before we entertain a second, we have a few additional board member comments. Board Member Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan, and congratulations. I really appreciate your trust in me last year when appointing me to chair the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee. We've done a tremendous amount of work in that committee over the last year. We've met 10 times, and if you're okay with it, I'd like to just quickly talk about some of the work that we've done that hopefully we can bring back to the full board.
Absolutely.
So we've talked about best practices in school district budgeting from the Government Finance Officers Association. We've read many reports about why school funding is the way it is, what districts are facing. We had a presentation from the Legislative Analyst's Office comparing Sac City with other districts statewide. We heard multiple updates from staff on implementation of various third-party recommendations, including FCMAT, and we've heard a lot about LCAP, SIPSA, and budget alignment. Talked about really important fiscal challenges facing our district, like OPEB, which is retiree health benefits. Talked about the collective bargaining disclosure process to make sure that any contracts we sign into the future are affordable. We talked about healthcare costs. We talked about budgeting principles. We've just done a tremendous amount of work, and I really am excited to be able to bring that forward, to share it with more people, to bring that to the full board so we can have those really robust conversations, given that fiscal challenges are so central to the challenges of moving forward as a district. So I have to admit I wanted to make sure in any move as we discussed this that we wouldn't lose the focus on fiscal accountability and transparency as we move to a new structure. And so I think as long as we continue to continue this dialogue in public, as long as there are significant improvements that we've talked about that we want to see to the special education budget summary that we get, school site, centralized expenditures, as long as we follow through on the recommendations from these third-party fiscal oversight entities, I think that bringing it to the full board instead of operating in a committee structure could be a really positive change.
Thank you, Member Morawski. And we have two other board member comments. I do, though, however, before we take those comments from Member Morawski, want to add an amendment to the motion that Board Member Vang has made, recognizing the critical nature of a continued laser focus on fiscal transparency and accountability. What I would like to suggest is with this motion to move away from the committee structure, we commit to from January through June to do a best practice that we have seen in other districts, which would be to have one regular board meeting per month with the second board meeting per month dedicated to the budget. This allows us to build upon the excellent work that is begun by Member Morawski to, for the benefit of the public and the full board, revisit some of the learnings and speakers that we've had in the past and continue to make progress towards the metrics that we have identified in the FICMAT report, which will be so critical to our long-term fiscal health. And so I'm hoping we can entertain a second on that motion. And I would also ask that those meetings, that second special board meeting per month from January through June, be rotated across school sites to ensure greater community engagement.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Minnick, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Cool. Well, I appreciate what I've heard from my colleagues up here. President Ryan, I agree with that focus. I just want to raise a little concern that a lot can happen over the course of a month. And if we limit our focus for an entire board meeting, that could be 4 or 5 weeks between dealing with other issues. And so I want to make sure that maybe we carve out a section in the board workshops that's specific to budget for that once a month presentation or presentations. But I want to make sure we still have enough wiggle room to be as able to kind of move as needed
Address
when
other
things
issues
are
as
when
arise.
things are.
Yeah.
The other stuff I just wanted to say is I appreciate what I heard from Member Morawski and Vang about that consistency of information, that we're all working with the same information. A lot of times up here, things have come up and I'm like, what are they talking about? And somebody's like, oh, they talked about that in the policy committee, or they talked about that in the budget committee. And I think that it's really important that we're all on the same page and we all are operating with the same understanding as we make decisions. And the other thing too is that it's our role to stay at that 30,000 foot level, and by bringing those things to this full body, that allows us to be looking at things at that level, so we can kind of make those big picture policy decisions. And then my other concern, just from my experience on with the committee structure, is just the amount of staff time that takes. And in a perfect world, we in these committees, staff would be able to just bring what we request of them, and we talk through it. But it's just not realistic, because as much as we like to think we're just like regular folks, like, we're board members, and so there's this need to present and make sure that everything is perfect before it comes to it. And so it's essentially I feel like committees have created a need for our staff to treat each of these committee meetings as another board meeting to prepare for, and that just doesn't seem fair when we have such limited support here at the district office. So with that, I'm definitely in support of moving away from this structure, so that we're all operating with the same information, and that staff can focus on the high level stuff that needs to come to us as a full board.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Garcia, followed by Board Member Pritchett.
Yes, thank you. So I too appreciate the direction that we're going in terms of bringing these policy conversations to the full board. I think it's a more inclusive opportunity. It allows for a more robust discussion, so that we can all, give our 2 cents on any particular item. I also appreciate that we are going to have a process for the transition, which I think it's really important. So some of the great work that was happening in the committees, comes to the full board. I also want to make sure that we, as some of these conversations start coming before the board, that we have those conversations come maybe multiple times, so that we can have a longer, more thoughtful conversation that is just not at one board meeting where an item is presented, then we have to make a decision. but that we have multiple opportunities to have a conversation, a back and forth, maybe 1, 2, 3 times that we hear an item so that it's not a first time. I have been frustrated that sometimes I get something that comes before me that I feel that came out of nowhere, but it was fully vetted during a committee process. So, and also going back to Board Member Minnick's comments, including the opportunity to have study sessions on an as-needed basis to make sure that we have those conversations. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. And finally, Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. I support the moving of this, and I echo all the comments of our board members. I do just want to say thank you, President Ryan, about adding the amendment to have it at each meeting. Although the fiscal transparency and accountability is so important to our district now, that in every single one of our committees, there's really important stuff happening. And I think we can all agree. But I think it's all become a realization to us that a lot of what's happening is happening almost in a silo. And I don't want to use the wrong word, but almost like it's being, cooked up, or that's the wrong word. See, I knew I was going to say that wrong. But then it would be brought to the board as a whole for us to approve. So I think it's much better if we work on this as a board and we work on it together, that we can all support it. So with that, I just would like to ask that we call this to vote.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we need to clarify the motion, or are we okay?
Basically, your motion is not to have board committees at all.
That is correct.
And you can make such a motion under 7.3.
Okay, so we are moving away from board committees with an understanding that January through June, we will be moving to once monthly meetings dedicated to budget and other topics as necessary to do a deep dive, rotating throughout the community and continuing the good work of looking at best practice in budgeting to address our fiscal challenges. And we're going to move from conference to action. So student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Now we're moving to action. I won't repeat the motion. Do we have a second? All those, student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to re-examine how we've been doing things. Item 8.0.
President Ryan.
Oh, yes,
Just,
please, Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you very much, President Ryan. I just want to underscore my own appreciation to each of our board members for their commitment around governance. And this is a topic that was raised as part of our studying and learning around what makes effective governance structures work well. So I just want to make very clear to our community, and again, thank the board for your commitment to effective governance and the kind of necessary changes that are required, but also taking into account that we're in a very unique position today and being flexible about how we advance effective governance while still meeting the needs of our students and community.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Aguilar. Moving on to item 8.0, public comment on non-agendized items. Each public commenter will have 2 minutes. If you have multiple commenters on a single topic, you can combine your minutes with no more than 15 minutes to exceed any single topic. Do we have any comments, public comments at this time?
Yes, we have 13 public commenters. If you could line up in the order you hear your name called, please, here in the front. Brett Barley, Michael Blair, Lisa Miller, Stacy Anderson, Kathy Rodriguez, Terrence Gladney, Frank DeYoung, Cecile Nunley, Phil Garcia, Allison French Tubo, Trudy Moore, Letitia Ware, Angie Sutherland, Rose McAuliffe, and Benita Ayala.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me here. Brett Barley, Superintendent of the California Montessori Project. This is your quick Montessori in a minute update for this meeting. First of all, happy holidays to all of you. I hope you received our holiday cards with artwork from our students in the mail this week.
Yes,
We have an
thank you.
annual holiday art contest, and the winners get sent along to you. So I hope you enjoyed that. Second, hopefully some of you were able to join our World Fair yesterday. This year's theme was Central and South America. So all of the classrooms were decked out in different countries, flags, cultures, monuments, food even. It was a really special event, so hopefully some of you were able to join. And then last but not least, and ask for some assistance, we're coming up with our open enrollment and our campus tours in January. This is a big event for us every year. We want to make sure that we are reaching out to all of the communities within the Sacramento City Unified School District so that we are giving opportunities for the broad diversity of this district to learn about our program and have the opportunity to enroll in our program. So if there are opportunities in your district for us to get in front of your constituents and tell them a little bit about our program, we would love to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you
Happy
very
holidays.
much.
See you in 2020.
We would like to combine our time.
Okay, and how many individuals? Three? Okay, Anne, can you set the clock at 6 minutes?
And then we also have some handouts for you, so we'd like for those to be passed out. My name is Lisa Miller. My organization is called Pivot SAC, and we are housed in one of the buildings that you repurpose for use for the community. I am one of the 25 agencies that are housed there. And we came, one, to let you know how much we appreciate the support that the school board and the school district has given us in putting this together. I was here when we first wrote the plan to ask for the building, so I've been there for quite some time. And then we also, I'm passing out some information, kind of what's been going on there. We won't have time to tell you everything, but then also I'm sure that there's been some concerns about what's going on at FRCC, that we wanted to hand out some information to make sure that you had the facts for what was going on. And so Michael Blair is another one of the agencies there, and Stacy, and we're also part of a tenant board that we put together. There's a 5 members for the interim tenant board. In June 2020, we will establish a full board of 7 members. And so the interim board is setting up the guidelines and how we're going to deal with the issues that happen in the FRCC. And so we are a separate entity that is in place to make sure that the vision of the building remains in spite of who is managing it.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, thank you, and good evening, Board. I'm Michael Blair, and I am president of the South Oak Park Community Association. So we're the neighborhood association right in the heart of where FRCC stands. And we really focus on bringing folks together, bringing the community together. And that's really what FRCC is all about. So with working with this building, it really encompasses everything that we're doing in the community, and it all brings it together. And it really makes it easy for us to do what we do because it's just one location where everyone can come. There at FRCC, you get such a host of things. You could take karate lessons, you get job training, youth development, youth sports, the kind of list goes on, computer science classes, various things like that. So it's really a gem in the heart of this community. It's a community that suffers from a lot of injustice, a lot of poverty, various things like that. And so there's resources within this facility that really come together to bring that together, to speak to that and help uplift the community. And really with what took place recently is this is the very first eviction that's happened in the whole course of time. That it's been about 5 years that the library's been around, been open. And it really, to me, was personally an embarrassment because the thing is we strive to really pull together, to be a true collaborative, working together. So we have folks shoulder to shoulder kind of in the fight, working as nonprofits, really trying to bring resources to the community. And so it's really a loss when that happens. And I would have loved to just keep the record clean. No evictions whatsoever. We're all rooting for one another whenever anything happens. And as we all struggle as nonprofits, if there's a funding issue, then hey, we work together to figure out what can we do to raise resources and fundraise together, things like that. So with that, it's a tough situation, but we're fighting through it. We're continuing to negotiate to work it out. But I want to thank you all for all the support that you've given us over the years to be able to do what we do for the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
And I'm Stacy Anderson with Pro Youth and Families, and we're the organization, we've been there for the full 5 years. And we're the organization that was asked by other tenants to please step up to the plate and help with the management of the site, which we've done happily. And I think one of the most important things is that the goal of that site is really make it affordable for all the nonprofits in the building. And I want to clarify that the first rent years ago was established at $300 a room a month, which is really reasonable. And before we even got in there, in two years ago, that increase had to happen to jump up to about $600 a month, which is still a very reasonable.
Which includes utilities and overhead.
Exactly, internet and all of those things. So the goal there is let's make this an affordable site. And I want to, we want to build that. I think that there's a lot of super exciting stuff that's happening in partnership with the school district, but we've got to make sure that that's a sustainable site. And that's the reality for you. It's the reality for us as well. So I think we're on to a really exciting path, and it's unfortunate that we have had a situation where, it didn't work out for everybody, but our goal is always to make it affordable and a place where really good work can happen for youth and families, and we're all big supporters of youth work. So
I just want to share my organization when we moved in, $325 was way over our head. I mean, I pulled out of my pocket to pay our rent sometimes. But since then, we have enough money to hire staff. So the opportunities to build capacity is there. Our organization has staff now. $600 is not too much for us right now, So it's just really been a blessing for our organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We have a board member comment from Board Member Minnick.
Sorry, I know we don't normally comment on during public comment, but I just want to thank you for being out here. Years ago, Member Garcia and I, before we were on this body, were on the committee looking at repurposing some of the closed schools, and I remember distinctly, being there and just watching what has blossomed out of that site is amazing. I mean, it could have easily been a closed, abandoned building, and now it's this thriving place, and I'm down there a lot, and I just see so much excitement going on there, and it's a testament to all the work you're doing, and I appreciate that when sometimes things are rough, you have the vision to make sure that this happens. And I know that folks in that community are so much better off for the work that you're doing. And I think when I was out there for the Halloween trunk or treat thing, and we saw just all these kids from the neighboring area come to a safe place to enjoy an experience with other kids was just amazing. And so I really appreciate all the work that you've done. So thank you for coming and reporting back to us. And I'm excited to look at this.
Thank you, Member Minnick. And just one thing to close this out, since not everybody has the document that was given to us. 25 agencies are now in this repurposed school site. 21 are led by people of color. 13 of those are African American led. And in 2019, through FRCC, over $1 million in state and federal funds were awarded within the collaborative, and $300,000 in volunteer services and in-kind donations, which benefited 14,000 members of the Oak Park community. I am so proud to get to support the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comments? And are you combining your time as well?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and combine our time.
For two?
For two.
Okay, so can you put the 4 minutes, please? Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Kathy Rodriguez, and I'm the president and CEO for the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for giving me a little bit of time to talk with you today. I'm here because of the recent state audit that was published. And the reason that we're concerned
is that a few months ago, back in February, we actually had a state of our schools where we invited the Sac City Unified to come and share with us the state of the school, what was happening, what the challenges were, and kind of give us an idea of where we might be able to assist and help. This is really important to me because as someone who grew up in a very small town, I know the power of community and the power of schools and bringing everyone together. So we have kind of been on the sidelines watching, been trying to help where we can. This audit came out and we were a little disheartened to realize that we haven't made a lot of progress. And what the audit is now asking is for us to have courageous leadership, to make some strong decisions, some difficult decisions, but for everyone to really come together on behalf of our students. Someone said earlier that our students are looking to us to help be their voice. And school is for many the safe haven for them, the place where they thrive, where they have their education, where they have sports, where they have music, where they have arts. Everything is there, but it's up to us to make sure that happens. So we're asking you to really come together with the union, for you to come together in 2020 to make it the goal to really look at that audit and take it not just under consideration, but as a call to action. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, my name is Phil Garcia. I'm Vice President for Public Affairs and Advocacy at Sacramento State, but I stand here this evening in my role and capacity as the chair of the board of the Hispanic Chamber, the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber. As Kathy mentioned, we have been interested in the health of the district and having a strong and vibrant district. There's nothing more important than our students. They are the future workforce of our city. They are future students for us who work at Sacramento State and at Los Rios and UC Davis. And so we want to comment about the state auditor's report, and I would just like to reiterate a couple of points. I'm sure you've read it, but I think it's worth repeating these points. The current proposals from the district and the teachers union are unlikely to resolve the financial crisis. And achieving a balanced budget cannot happen really without addressing the largest categories of expenditures, especially the need to address health and welfare benefits. The worst case scenario, of course, is insolvency, which is a losing proposition for all of us, for those of us, for the students, the teachers, the district, you, the board, and we in the community and the business community who very much need, as I mentioned, a quality workforce because without it, as our students succeed, we'll succeed. If they fail, we fail. We really, it's as Kathy said, it's a call to action that our students can get the programs and the support that they need to make the most of their God-given talent. So to reiterate, we take heed what the state auditor said about maintaining consistent leadership, which is really important. So we, again, encourage you to come together with the union to reach an agreement that serves the best interests of our students. And as Kathy mentioned, again, we have been involved and we intend to stay engaged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Terrence.
Thank you. Good evening. Terrence Gladney. I'm a parent of a 2016 graduate from John F. Kennedy, and my daughter is currently a sophomore there. I want to kind of preface my comment by stating that, myself as a parent and other parents, when we entrust our kids to a school district or a school site, oftentimes it's because of the programming, but oftentimes it's also because of adult presences that provide a secure, safe environment for those kids, whether it's a coach, a teacher, administration. And when we remove a constant presence that provides that environment for a kid, it's important that you have communication with families and students as to why, but then you also have a safety net for them to land on so that they're assured that moving forward, that same presence is there. My daughter's a cheerleader at Kennedy, and to kind of just summarize what happened, there was a parent meeting scheduled for the 17th of December, which was Monday. Unbeknownst to, I think, most parents, other than maybe a couple who have filed complaints, the coach was fired on Friday. Principal Van Natten sent via email probably less than an hour before the meeting was supposed to happen on Monday, advising us that the meeting was canceled. instead of providing his own physical presence to allow us to ask and receive answers to our questions. There was a string of emails between parents basically going back and forth trying to figure out why. There has been no communication to the cheerleaders as to why. There's been no direct communication to parents as to why, other than emails. Parents initiated a parent-led meeting that was on the school grounds, and Van Natten was copied on all of these emails, but still has yet to provide his physical presence. He's responded reactively to parents providing emails and phone calls. A parent FaceTimed him, and he gave verbal authorization for cheerleaders to cheer yesterday at the McClatchy game under the supervision of a vice principal. You know, we talk about safety in football and other sports, and, you know, I spent $1,500 last year for my daughter to cheer, over $1,000 this year. I don't know that there's another school activity where parents spend that type of money, but, you know, beyond the money, as a parent and as a community member, respect my contribution to support a school district, but also to allow my daughter to participate in these types of things. And, you know, the same way that a student cannot learn if they're not in a seat, we cannot have leadership if we don't see the named leader of our school. So I asked that someone follow up and find out why this pattern of communication is consistent at Kennedy. When there were the fights and everything going on, I got an over a minute
I'm sorry,
phone
Mr.
call.
Gladney, we need to wrap up your comments.
When all these fights and stuff that, you know, everybody was reacting to at Kennedy happened, I got a phone call that was over a minute with a message telling me to check my email or check the website for a letter. Show your face, and then you can explain what your actions are or are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. We'll look into this.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, other board members. I'm just here this evening because of the holiday season to say thank you. I want to thank all the staff. They get very little credit for what they do in this district. They do it with their passion and their professionalism despite all the distractions that are going around them. They're still driven to try to do what's best for our children. And I can't thank them enough for that. I'd like to give a special thank you to FACE, that's Family and Community Engagement. We talk about empowering parents. Do you realize they offer leadership programs for all the parents in this district? They will go to school sites and provide those classes to them. I have attended some of them. They are amazing classes. They cover district policy like bullying, talk about parents' rights, what they're entitled to. Isn't this what we want? We want to empower our parents. That's what they do. They also offer a monthly meeting called the PI, Public Information Exchange, where parents can come. And again, they're given information about the district, about what their policies are, what we're working on. They're provided a free lunch at no cost to the district, I might add, because they get donations from SMUD and other organizations in the district to pay for this lunch. They also make parents aware of programs that are available for them, like free cell phones for parents who are entitled to that. And they also provide school site council training. I don't know what more you could ask from a group that actually is pretty small. And I'm running out of time and I don't want to go over. And I will say I'm thankful for one other thing. We have a superintendent that has a vision, that he wants to go somewhere. To quote Robert Kennedy, some of us see things as they are and ask why. Others see things and ask why not. And that's what our superintendent wants to do. He wants to take us someplace nobody else has had the courage to go.
Thank you
And I
very
just want to
much,
say
Ryan.
thank you again.
It's always hard following Frank. He does such a good job, but I would echo a lot of his sentiments and just say thank you to everyone, because sometimes we do forget just to say thank you. And in particular, thank you to you, the board. Thank you to all of you, because it's going to get much, much, much difficult in the coming months ahead. We can already see that. The auditor's report is giving us that little glimpse into the future, and there's some rough times ahead. And it's going to be very difficult for all of you. I can only imagine the pressure. I've seen it on others. There will be tremendous pressure for you to do the easy thing rather than the right thing. So I encourage all of you, please stay strong, please stay safe this holiday season, and thank you so much for your service and stepping up to the plate, because we really are going to need you this time of year. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Finley. Good evening.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. I wanted to let you know I'm still waiting to receive responsive records to my California Public Records Act requests. I have been waiting 5 months for answers. In October, your policy and government manager, Mr. Nathaniel Browning, refused to answer basic questions about the McClatchy High School track closure in August, as if what happened was something top secret that he needed to hide from the public. And he instead demanded that I make written CPRA requests when the law does not require written requests. He denied receiving my first request, which I hand-delivered to him in October. When he didn't respond, I was forced to make additional requests. I received no 10-day letter as required by law for any of my requests. 30 days later, Mr. Browning wrote that he was denying my request because in his mind, they were irrelevant, which is an unlawful reason to withhold records. He then denied having responsive records such as an organizational chart, duty statements, job classification specifications, and contact information for his superiors. Mr. Browning also withheld text messages, erroneously believing they aren't public records. As a result, the community believes he may be unlawfully withholding other records as well. In October, Mr. Browning stated to the community in writing that some unnamed person on some unnamed date called me to invite me to a meeting. Knowing that no one called me, I asked for telephone records showing who called me and when. I was told that no telephone records exist, proving that Mr. Browning was not truthful with the community. The community is concerned that the school district, by its own conduct, is teaching our students that obeying the law is not important, transparency in government is not important, being truthful is not important, and some people, district staff, are above the law. We hope you will take steps to ensure your staff comply with the law and be worthy of their positions in public service. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Allison French Tubo, and happy holidays to everyone. You can see I'm feeling festive. I wanted to say congrats to the teachers and administrators who have been developing and implementing the ethnic studies class for our high schools. It was exciting to see you recognized in the SACB as leaders in the region on this centering of people's experiences that have not been properly addressed in the curriculum previously. On a personal note, my son took it last year, and I saw how it expanded his knowledge and understanding of the different experiences that different people have had and are having within America. On another personal note, I encourage anyone who hears me speak here at these meetings and wants to know who I am to introduce themselves. Some weeks ago, I had someone calling me claiming to have a delivery and asking what address I wanted it at, home or work. They provided 2 addresses I have never given as a set, but could be available by looking at my public comment cards and my workplace's public info. However, that address there is not the one that I would give for where I would receive a delivery at work. So obviously there's someone who is, or someone's who are curious to know me, and I would just say, if you'd like to meet me, I'm a Sac City parent, volunteer. I was once upon a time a Sac City employee. I'm not any longer, and I'm happy to meet anyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Natisha. I'm the mother of Iverson Ware. His disability at first was diagnosed when he was about 4 or 5. He had a speech impairment. I had always had concerns that he was autistic. Later down the line, he was identified as ID, which was given without my permission. I've been going to meetings after meetings, which suspension was being used as a tool. Unfortunately, he was being sent home and still getting into trouble, and he kept getting denied that it was due to his disability, which was extremely concerning and frustrating for me, seeing that he would tend to get himself into more trouble. I'm here because I'm truly concerned about how a situation was handled with my son. A day before his 18th birthday, he was at school and he was arrested without a manifestation hearing, without a behavior plan, without goals in place due to his disability, around his disability. I did not get a call from the Sacramento Unified School District and from anyone from the Sacramento Unified School District. My son called me a little after 3:20. And I was so happy to hear from him because I was like, okay, I'm going to be home. You know, I'm running a little late. And he said, no, Mom, I'm in juvenile hall. He was arrested by an SOR officer. And my heart just dropped a day before he turned 18. And I never got an answer. And so the judge, when I spoke to her, she seemed very concerned as well when I said that this was what was going on and that he was identified as a student with disabilities. And she had put him on ankle monitor, which is now he is going he has a court date coming up. And I'm just hoping for the best. And so this is something that needs to be discussed, SOR officers, and how you proceed with your protocol moving forward, and especially with students that have disability. I was not called. And it was something that could have been, taken care of. Thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, board members. Alma Lopez, happy holidays. I'm here also with Natasha. I heard of the case. One of the parents called me and I was just really concerned, again, just about the protocol, about mom having to find out that her son was in jail because son called her. And also given that he's a student with disabilities, and after learning that there's been a number of meetings with the special ed team, that there was no behavioral intervention plan in place for him. So I think this is a situation that should have never happened. He should not be in this situation. So this is part of me urging back in the discussion about the protocol and about the alternative safety plan. I know that's been postponed on our policy meetings, but I want to continue the urgency to have this conversation. I believe the next meeting is set to happen in January 7th. I also know that the director of school safety has been hired. So I'm just really concerned about what's the structure, how we're going to be able to go about this to actually move forward. I know now that there's going to be no subcommittees, so I don't know that the new structure is going to help to really have community input and to really push a policy forward. So I look forward to your leadership into this. We're still, here with our parents and our students, but I think something needs to happen. We can't just have these situations happen like that without our administrators or people in our school know about cops coming into our schools and arresting our students. So I really want you to look into this. And we're just trying to figure out, I think, as long as you are. So please look to us and let's make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Pritchett?
President Rand, I was just wondering, Mom said that her son was, that he was put on an ID. Can you tell us what that is? Intellectual. Okay, sorry. We were trying to figure out what you were referring to. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Angie Sutherland, and I'm very concerned about what's happened with Iverson, Natisha's son. As a parent of a child with disabilities and as an advocate for students with disabilities, it's very concerning that SROs can just insert themselves into situations without knowing more background about a student, and this should not have happened. And it's one of my biggest fears as a parent. But I'm here to talk about the state auditor's report. There are some comments about issues with special education, and the comment was that SCUSD has done little to control its special education costs. Talks about how they've risen, but it also refers to costs for residential placement for students. Granted, we know that there are issues with special education and planning for student outcomes in an appropriate way. However, the audit doesn't speak to the root problem, which is that our district has not done the work to create inclusive schools for students with disabilities. What happened to inclusive practices? It's fallen by the wayside. What happened to restorative justice? I'm very, very worried because students are being pushed out of their schools. How many students have we lost to residential schools, non-public schools, or private schools? I'm worried that the audit's going to make special ed a scapegoat when there's a bigger issue here. And students with disabilities are general education students first, so let's not forget that. So my call to action is to please be leaders. Do not allow the bargaining away of our children's futures.
Thank you, Ms. Sutherland. And I do want to note that the board has asked for a special education presentation for the January board meeting, including the next steps in the special ed audit, the additional supports we're receiving from CCEE and Judy Elliott, so that we can talk to some of the items that you have brought up this evening.
Good evening. My name is Rose McAuliffe, and I'm the elected treasurer for the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education. I'm also a parent of a child of Sacramento City Unified School District who is a special education child who has special needs. He's on the spectrum. I read the audit from the California State Auditor's release this month, and I was disheartened to find out that there has not been a resolution between the teachers and the school district. The three key areas that were discussed was the key areas of concern that we could address would be the pension costs, the health benefits, and special education. So one, the pension. A pension is normally funded by three items: employer contributions, employee contributions, and investment returns. The current setup with the school district is that the teachers are not contributing anything to their pension. This is a pension that will come to them for the rest of their life. That is not a sustainable model. We really need to make a hard decision there. The state of California employees and a regular general admin employee contributes 8% of their paycheck to their pension. I just wanted to give that comparison. Police officers contribute anywhere from 10 to 20% of their paycheck for their pension. The second item is health costs, healthcare benefits. The proposal in the audit is still giving a very healthy, rich benefit to the teachers, and we need to take a hard look at that. The third item, special education. The audit says that the costs keep going up. But what are the policies and processes around special education? And more importantly, where are the metrics? Where is the data? Our committee has requested specific data metrics from the school district over 2 months ago, and we have yet to receive any information. We would like to get the data. The only way we're going to be able to manage it is if we can actually understand it and control it, understand it, and improve it. The audit said that the special education cost was 21% of the total budget. Let's take a hard look at that. And lastly, our committee was, we have a pamphlet.
And actually, we're going to be having you combine your time with Kenya.
Yeah.
If we can add an additional 2 minutes.
I just wanted to
Benita, are we
add-
combining your, okay.
I just wanted to add one last thing. Our pamphlet, which has all of our names on it, that's on our website, was removed. And I'd like to formally ask that our pamphlet and our contact information for as the board members and our emails and phone numbers, please be added back. And if I could, you can add that time back because I don't know if that's a public comment. It's more important, something else.
Yeah.
Kenya, our president and chair, would you like to take over now?
Thank you very much.
I really don't have anything to say except for I'm so sick and tired of the politics. Everything is being just, it's falling on the backs of our children. I wish this board, I wish this community would get it together. I'm not going to use, Rose is actually being very modest. Rose has a background in finance. She actually had a budget of $1.2 billion doing CalPERS. So you need to listen to her as an expert when she tells you that this can't be done. So I just hope for 2020 that you really do put children first and set the politics aside. Because just like this impeachment that happened yesterday, it will go down in history what you did for our students for the last year. So that's it. I'm fed up. I'm done. The end.
Thank you. Can we please have the clock reset for Benita?
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Benita Ayala. Happy holidays to you all.
I stand here because I want to bring awareness to your transition program. And before I make this statement, I hope that you won't think this as a special education issue, but more so of an issue to support your director of special ed. I went to visit a transition program for my son because he's aging out. And I have to say I'm very appalled of what I saw. Not necessarily because of the teachers, because the room was no bigger from here to there. There was no tables in there and they sat in chairs. And I am frustrated and upset at the fact that the district would think that, you know, you could put a kid in a room who struggles to learn for whatever reason, and now you think that you can put them on a campus to think that they're going to college. And I'm telling you, it's appalling to think that it would be okay. And I would appreciate if even one of you to go out and just to visit these places, because they're not suitable for our children. They're not helping them when they graduate to be 22, I shouldn't say graduate, because you give them a certificate. And honestly, I think that certificate is a matter of just babysitting my child, you know? So what I urge you to do is get behind your department to help to provide a better quality for our children when they leave this district. Because I have a great concern when my son turns 22. What am I going to do because of the simple fact you wanted to stick them somewhere in a corner on a campus? And I don't think that's fair, nor do I think it's fair for the teachers that I saw in there who are putting the great effort into helping our children, yet they have no support. The last thing is, to the teachers union, I want you to encourage your teacher that you work for a student, not for your teachers union. And I do not want to hear another teacher tell me how they support their union more than they support my own child.
Thank you, Benita. Is that the end of public comment? I believe so. Moving on to item 9.0, communications. Item 9.1, employee organizational reports. Our first employee organizational report will be SCTA. Yeah, I don't have their list. Yeah, but I don't have it. And hold on one second. Anne, if you can please put 15 minutes. I don't have your list before me, but we'll go ahead and set the clock.
Okay, thank you. I'm David Fisher, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association, and tonight we're sharing our time with SEIU.
And I'm Dan Shalik. I'm a chief steward with SEIU Local 1021. Together, SCTA and SEIU represent more than 94% of all the district's employees. I'm proud to say that SEIU and SCTA are more unified today than we've been in a generation. This is important to me because together our members help form and educate and keep safe the whole child. Since this is the last regularly scheduled school board meeting of the year, we thought it would be a great opportunity to touch on what's transpired over the past year or so and look forward to the year ahead and to discuss the possibilities.
So many of us, particularly as we get older, well, maybe I should speak for myself, but a lot of us often look back on the past with a wish that, you know, sometimes we can go back in time, do things a little differently, with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight. We assume many, if not all people, occasionally feel that way. We believe that the continued improvement of the district's finances as set forth in the first interim presents you, as elected officials, with the fiduciary responsibility to act in the best interests of SCUSD and its students and staff. One of the rare second chances that seldom occur. About 16 months ago, the district submitted a budget that was rejected by SCOE, the first in both Sac City's and SCOE's history.
In October 2018, the district submitted a revised budget that was also rejected by SCOE. And at the time that second budget was submitted, the district asserted that only an immediate negotiated solution with its unions, including SCTA and SEIU, would help solve the problem. And they also asserted that if dramatic cuts were not made immediately, the district would be insolvent within months. District leaders were projecting a $35 million deficit and as late as April 2019, and use those projections to eliminate 175 certificated positions and lay off of more than 200 classified employees, with the vast majority of those classified employees still laid off. We now know that budget projection was wildly inaccurate. The district essentially broke even.
So here we are 15, 16 months later, and the school board will consider adopting a revised first interim budget that includes a positive reserve in each of the next 3 years. The budget is already significantly better than the 2019-20 budgets adopted by this board in July and in October, mirroring the 2018-19 budget cycle, where, as the fiscal year progressed, the district finances improved dramatically. In 2018-19, the district told the community repeatedly that if the district honored our contract and didn't negotiate significant savings on the health plans, the district would be insolvent within months. Again, we now know that wasn't true. In fact, the district has the same $70 million in its reserve now that it did at the beginning of last school year. Make a prediction at the end of the school year, I think it'll be about the same. We'll see. We also know that after our contract settled, the district was directed by SCOE to make $15.7 million in adjustments to offset the cost of our contract. And we know that you didn't do that. In fact, a fact the state auditor unambiguously declared, I quote, a failure of the school board to uphold its fiduciary duty. In fact, rather than cut, the district actually increased its spending on such things like the $6 million vacation buyout for administrators, ultimately resulting in SCOE rejecting the district's budget. But let's consider that after SCOE rejected the budget, the district had taken a different course of action. First, let's take a minute to consider how things might have been different if the district had simply implemented the salary schedule as the arbitrator determined the parties had actually already agreed to. The district would have saved the hundreds of thousands of dollars it spent in legal fees suing its own teachers, and maybe more importantly, probably more importantly, the growing trust that had emerged when the contract originally settled in 2017 would have continued, and most likely avoiding a strike in April of 2019. And then, imagine if after the new salary schedule had been implemented, the district and SCTA had worked together to recruit new teachers who reflect the diversity of the district, to ensure that classes are staffed by fully credentialed teachers prior to the commencement of the school year. With our new competitive salary schedule and salary structure and great benefits, a position in Sac City should be highly sought after, particularly when it's in a national teacher shortage.
Fast forward again to present. Can you think of a greater impediment to the recruit and retention of staff in Sac City than a pay cut? Whether it's wage reduction or increase in the cost of employees for health insurance, either way it's a pay cut. For many classified employees, based on what we've seen in other districts that have tried the same kind of health insurance takeaway the district has proposed, many SCUSD classified employees may end up homeless.
It's important to note that working together to promote teaching careers in Sac City is not some sort of pipe dream. It's actually what actually happened in the spring of 2018, just a few months after our contract settled, when we jointly held a recruitment fair for graduating Sac State education students, and that had led to virtually every elementary teaching position filled on the first day of school in 2018. Ironically, dozens of those teachers who were recruited in the spring of 2018 are the same ones the district laid off earlier this year based on inaccurate projections. Let's stay positive. Okay, let's assume for a moment that the salary schedule had been implemented, and let's also assume that the district had decided to abide by Article 13 of the new contract on using health plan savings to improve student services. Rather than giving $11 to $16 million to HealthNet this year, we would have been able to use those savings to lower class size and increase additional services to students, beginning with a focus on special education. So imagine if we had implemented MTSS and restorative practices in 2018-19, just as we proposed, and launched implicit bias training for all district staff. These improvements could have occurred by using the savings from the health plan changes without negatively affecting the budget.
Working together in an honorable way, we are confident that we could have created a number of significant changes to special education in this district that would have ensured that students get the appropriate services they need, while addressing the runaway costs in special education, the single biggest cost driver change in the present budget situation.
So again, let's take a step back for a moment and consider what we're saying from a fiscal perspective. The first interim budget that you will consider tonight fully implements the vastly improved salary schedule. It also contains roughly $52 million budgeted for health insurance benefits of certificated staff. Even more when classified staff are included. But instead of an actual health insurance cost of $52 million by going into CalPERS, our health insurance costs could have dropped to about $39 million. And that $13 million difference could have been used to lower class sizes and add more services to students. That is cost neutral. The same $52 million the district budgeted, not a penny more, only spent in a way that puts more resources in the classroom. Emphasize here that we understand that the health costs are high, and that's why we've already made an agreement to reduce those health costs.
Can you imagine how differently we all would feel if we had been working together from the foundation of honoring our agreements on these issues over the past 16 months? Can you imagine what we could have accomplished? Think if we jointly went to the broader business community to create before school and after school programs made up of professional union staff at schools that would be attractive to the tens of thousands of parents who work in Sacramento but live outside of the district. Moreover, we believe the community would be much more supportive to approve a bond measure in March 2020 and would be much more inclined to support a November 2020 partial tax intended to allow the district to add even more resources to students, and particularly related to arts, music, and sports, as well as much needed revision to the state tax law in the form of Schools and Community First statewide ballot initiative.
So to sum it up, the recent good budget news presents you with an unprecedented second chance. The plain fact is the district is not on the brink of insolvency. And now you and we have a choice to make: stay on the path of conflict, finger-pointing, and escalated mistrust, or honor our agreements, respect your staff, and truly put students first. Thank you.
TCS, Teamsters, UPE, District Parent Advisory Committees, the Community Advisory Committee.
Just a brief reminder that our next CAC meeting is January 21st. That meeting's topic is how to read an IEP and a 504 plan. So we invite all members of the community and the board to attend. I want to personally thank Board Member Michael Minnick for coming to the last board meeting, and also thank Lisa Morawski. She's come to quite a few board meetings. I really appreciate your presence, so thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Yova Ayala Santamaria, and I am the current president of DLAC. This is Liana Sanchez, our newly elected vice president, and Velia Mercado is our secretary. Velia was unable to be here this evening. We wanted to present ourselves, as well as present our goal for the 2019-2020 school year. Our first and foremost goal is to raise reclassification rates. In order for us to do that, we first need the support of the parents, the teachers, the school sites, and of course, our school board. One way to achieve the goal is by strengthening our site's ELAC. Therefore, we asked the multilingual department for ELAC data. We have 62 schools with enough EL students to be required to form an ELAC. To date, of those 62 schools, 19 have fully implemented ELACs. 2 of the schools with fully implemented ELACs are not required to have committees and should therefore be commended for engaging in their EL parents without being mandated to do so. 16 have partial implemented ELACs, of which half of those, all they're missing are DLAC reps. 29 have no evidence of ELAC. So 45 schools do not have fully implemented ELACs.
Wow.
Good evening. ELACs are a vital component in keeping English learner parents engaged in their children's education. Our current reclassification rate is just 9.1%. With your help, more active ELAC at every site, and better participation in DLAC meetings, we are sure our numbers will go up this year. We have 2 calls to action. First, please hold these 45 schools accountable for ELAC compliance. Second, help us engage principals so that ELAC is valued beyond just compliance. We look forward to working as one and presenting to you many more accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your efforts. The Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Horiyuchi. I'm on the advisory committee. I also have 3 teenagers in the school district at the present time. I have 3 things and ongoing outside work we're doing that I'd like to tell you about right now. First off, we had an extensive discussion of the 2019 dashboard in our committee, and with a spotlight on academics, the English language development, English language arts, and mathematics with staff on hand. One thing is the dashboard all along it is every student, all students groups together is all yellow-orange. So before we pat ourselves on the back for making 1 point here, 1 point there, there's just no way that across the board being yellow and orange is good enough for 40,000 students. And in terms of the 3 areas we discussed, the English language development, as you just heard, we don't have a dashboard per se. We have the English Learner Progress Indicator, which indicates that 56% of our English language learners are not progressing. Only 44% are progressing. In English language arts, here's a strong, exciting thing about our new curriculum. It seemed very positive, and there was a lot of interesting things about that seemed to be working for the district. The mathematics curriculum has many challenges. Many challenges are related to the ability to prepare our teachers as well as our coaches to help our students get this. And I, the parent of 3 teenagers, when a student comes home with a 1,000-page textbook, how realistic is it that 1 hour a day, 5 days a week for X number of weeks a year, are they going to learn that 1,000-page textbook when they have 4 other 1,000-page textbooks? It's mind-boggling if you do the math on how they're going to figure out to learn this stuff. And then for the in terms of the big thing about this, we need a lot of more peer coaching. We need more professional development. We're in an opt-in culture. It seems to be a problem that people can opt into professional development because there's just no way you're going to get this 5,000 or 6,000 pages into the heads of these kids in an opt-in culture. And since we only have the Smarter Balance test only once in high school in 11th grade, it's really an inadequate ability to measure whether they're learning anything. Because the SIP-subs are done at a school level, focusing on school-oriented things, they can overlook the problem that at a district level we see student group concerns with poor outcomes for foster youth, LCFF students, categories such as students with disabilities, foster youth, and the lower economic status students. And I'm a little behind here, sorry.
You can please wrap up your comments.
Students with disabilities in high school are Z-coded classes, non-inclusive, and it's unsurprising that they have these classes that they are not going to make any success. Not A, not B, not C, not D, not E, they'll get to G maybe. And so of course they're not going to be ready for college if you've already slotted them into classes that give no potential path to college. And that should be told to the parents in 8th grade before they put them in 9th grade and they give them a bunch of classes. Because
I want to invite you to submit your comments.
Right, and I just want to say one more thing. Right now, we had a long discussion with the superintendent and the whole thing about the specialty programs, open enrollment, the lack of diversity, opportunity. We have a real scarcity mentality here instead of an abundance mentality, and it's causing a lot of stress for the families as well as the students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and can you please submit your comments in writing? Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Item 9.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you very much, President Ryan, and good evening to everyone. I want to thank you for being here in our last board meeting of the year. I want to start certainly by wishing everyone the happiest of holidays to all of our students, staff, and their families. And in particular, I do want to just recognize the difficulties that many of our families will continue to face during our winter break. And we have come together through our nutrition services and have begun to promote winter meals for our students. And I want to just give a little bit of details about that. Starting on Monday, we will finish off classes tomorrow, but starting on Monday, our students can pick up free lunch meals between 11:30 and 12:30 at most of our schools. I encourage you to visit our website as well as some of our social media posts to help spread the word across our community. I also want to thank our partners led by SEIU 1021 for organizing their annual can drive in our district. It resulted in almost 500 pounds of non-perishable food items being donated to our community. And that certainly is something that we should celebrate. I do want to just mention that the stations were located at the Cerna Center, the Transportation Yard, and other locations throughout the district. And of course, as they do every year, SEIU 1021 did an amazing job of organizing this drive. I also just learned yesterday afternoon, and I want to congratulate Camellia Basic Elementary for being recognized with the 2020 California Distinguished Schools Award by the California Department of Education. 6 of our Sacramento County elementary schools were honored with this award, and so we're very proud that one of them is here in Sac City Unified. Go Cougars. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't mention and made a couple of comments about the state audit report that was released just recently. You know, by my count, the state audit is the 4th independent entity that has confirmed that we have, in fact, a significant budget crisis in our hands. And I wish that weren't the case, but it would be very difficult for me to disregard 4 separate and distinct entities that are saying the same thing. I don't want to talk about the root causes of all of that, but I do want to just talk about the options that we have. And as superintendent, I, of course, can pursue several options. One of them is to recommend to our board decisions that simply kick the can down the road, or we can confront these challenges head on. And I, of course, will confront them head on. And that's because I think we have to focus on the needs of our students and create a budget structure that creates the opportunity for us to invest in our students. I did, in fact, have the opportunity to sit with our LCAP PAC earlier this week. And what I said to them is that we have to end this environment that continues to fracture us, which is that you are either in support or pro-district or you are anti-labor. That is going to continue to fracture this community. And what I offered is that we ought to adopt a mindset of simply being pro-student and pro-collaboration. It's what the auditor found in that we have limited flexibility to address our fiscal challenges outside of the negotiations process. So that is, in fact, what we will continue to stay focused on. So I hope that we will be able to stay united as both a board and as a community. And I always think about this adage of, if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? So I hope that we will continue to stay focused on our students and meeting their needs. So please help us as we do that in every aspect by promoting the fact that we want to make sure that our students are fed during the winter break. Again, happy holidays to everyone. We will be closed starting on Monday through Friday, January 3rd, and classes will resume on Monday, January 6th. So we look forward to seeing all of our students back in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 9.4, President's Report. So I'm going to continue on the theme that President Aguilar began. As many of you know, I am a product of Sacramento area schools and the first in my family to go to college from a high poverty home and a single welfare mother struggling to give me an educational opportunity that would allow me to be pulled out of poverty. I share that because as I attended Sacramento area schools, I had very few opportunities for enrichment. I was not able to pay for the after-school programs that would allow me to do what I so desperately wanted to, which was participate in sports, in music, in theater, the things that made me passionate and would inevitably make me want to show up to school every day. I was one of those students who, at my culmination experience for my 6th grade Sly Park field trip, which we still have to this day, because my mother was unable to afford the field trip, because we have not historically paid for these opportunities for our students because we have so few dollars, saw my mother hawk her guitar, sell her items so that I could participate in that field trip. And then because I didn't have the appropriate clothing, she sold the last of the things she could at a flea market. Now, flash forward more than 20 years, and we still have these problems in Sac City today. We were unable to give equitable opportunities to students across the district. And what that means is that if you're fortunate enough to go to a school in a more affluent neighborhood where active parents have the dollars, have the ability to fundraise, you have access to lifetime opportunity. For those of you who aren't in those schools, you don't go to Sacramento City College, which is right in your backyard. You may never set foot on Sac State campus. You might never have an opportunity to participate in elementary athletics or the arts programs because guess what? They're fee for service if you want to have those opportunities. Opportunities that are available a school district away. And what have we done in the face of those inequities for decades? We have kicked the can down the line, despite the fact that since 2003, FCMAT and others have documented that our benefit structures are unsustainable. We have to be willing to say we love our teachers, we believe in our educators, and yet we have finite resources. We have finite resources that we have to be able to, in the spirit of reality, grapple with and make difficult decisions that center our students and their opportunities in everything we do. And when the superintendent says, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? I will not be that leader, nor do I believe our board members will, that says to our children 10 years from now, as they're about to cross the high school graduation stage, that we had an opportunity to fix the system for the benefit of Black and brown students and low-income students in this district, and we didn't because it was too difficult, it was too politically tenuous, and we preferred a Band-Aid approach that would inequitably impact our children rather than doing what's necessary to right the ship once and for all. So I call upon you as our community to work with us to address these challenges head on, because shame on us if we don't yield the charge from the audit that we can together once and for all provide world-class opportunities in our school district while still competitively compensating our teachers and recognizing first and foremost the needs of our students. And I'd like to, on that end, with telling you two things that I hope you'll take advantage of in the coming weeks. We were able to, in partnership with Patrick Kennedy, sponsor 100 tickets to the Nutcracker Oak Park for our students. I would welcome you and your families to celebrate and support that Nutcracker Oak Park, which will begin tomorrow night at Hiram Johnson and continue through Christmas Eve. I also want to share that we're very excited that we were able to get a grant to, on January 18th, in women's empowerment and in the spirit of lifting up girls and women throughout the district, host a free screening of the Linda Ronstadt documentary talking about a groundbreaker, a Latina who first became a rock star and then a leader in the women's movement. We'll open up this opportunity to girls across the district and others, and we'll also be serving lunch and having a panel that will reflect fierce female leaders encouraging women to reach for their full potential. Thank you. Item 9.5, Student Board Member Report.
Thank you, President Ryan. There's a couple issues I'd want to bring up tonight on behalf of students. The following two issues are ones I've heard from a variety of students across our district, and these issues concern large populations of students in SUSD. So the first is Title IX. So Title IX protects students from discrimination based on sex in education programs or activities that receive federal financial assistance. And after speaking to a variety of students, it's become quite clear to me that the district needs to reevaluate the implementation of Title IX guidelines on school campuses. Specifically at McClatchy High School, students have identified a lack of contact information, deficits in on-site student rights training, and the unresponsive nature of the current Title IX representative as substantial obstacles between students knowing and having full access to the rights at the school. In addition, many students in a range of other schools across our district did not even know they had a Title IX rep at their school. Federal Education Code states regarding Title IX, quote, school districts, county offices of education, and charter schools shall post in a prominent and conspicuous location on their internet websites all of the following. Number one, the name and contact information of the Title IX coordinator for that public school, private school, school district, county office of education, or charter school, which shall include the Title IX coordinator's phone number and email address. However, as multiple students at McClatchy have noted, that information is never clearly provided or presented to students. The Feminist Coalition Club at McClatchy pointed out that the hard copy of the student handbook was printed with some information regarding Title IX, as well as a complaint form, but it provided a number that was the main district interface and contact information to an administrator that no longer is in charge of the position, nor on campus. The Education Code continues to state, quote, if a transgender or gender nonconforming student provides notice to school officials of a reason or desire for increased privacy and or safety with regard to restroom use, the school shall take steps to provide a reasonable accommodation for the student, including but not limited to providing the student access to gender-neutral bathroom facilities or a single stall. There was recently an instance of a student being denied access to gender-neutral restrooms, calling into question the adequacy of the Title IX training provided, as well as the accountability in our district surrounding Title IX. Students outraged at this encounter continued to be unable to reach proper administrators and the Title IX representative. Federal code, Ed Code, includes Title IX for a reason. Students need these resources and need to be able to easily reach out to the Title IX representative. The massive effort taking place at McClatchy right now to simply make contact with an individual who can provide answers on Title IX speaks to the incredible lack of accountability and accessibility surrounding this issue. Students, including myself, feel exasperated at the utter lack of response and blatant disregard for student concerns regarding Title IX at the school level, and reevaluation of oversight and Title IX implementation is imperative. So these goals were produced by the Feminist Coalition Club at McClatchy, and they include put information about Title IX online, accessible to students of all district schools that includes accurate contact information. The second, include the representative's information online and in district school student handbooks. Number three, make the district phone number an actual individual rather than an extension. Number four, provide clear definitions of what constitutes assault. Number five, get training for a representative and or switch representatives. And number six, implement mandatory training by said coordinator for teachers and administrators. Students have been told that this is a school-only issue, but I'm convinced after speaking with students across our district that this issue really needs to be addressed at a district level. The second issue I want to bring up in my remaining time is molecular biology. So recently, I believe it was last week, we had Trustee Mrowski and Assistant Superintendent Turkey attend a student forum at McClatchy High School regarding the discontinuation or possible discontinuation of molecular biology at McClatchy High School. And this was a 6:30 p.m. forum on a Tuesday night, and the entire library at McClatchy High School was completely full with students. And I think that sheer turnout really speaks to how much students feel impacted by this course and the attachment they feel to molecular biology. And it was explained by Assistant Superintendent Turkey to the students who attended the forum that the decision on the continuation of molecular biology is the superintendent's. And so on behalf of my peers, I strongly urge that you maintain student input in the center of this decision. So both Title IX accessibility and accountability, as well as molecular biology, are issues that have ignited our students in the fight to be heard. I'm only one person, but I assure you that there are many students' voices behind the issues I bring to this board. This is a matter of what students really need. Title IX is non-negotiable, as should be an adequate science education. And I really hope that these matters will be followed up by the district following this evening. And thank you.
As always, thank you for your wonderful insights, Board Member Eng Olson. 9.6, information sharing by board members. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to touch upon many of the comments during public comment regarding to the state auditor's report that came out recently relative to the district's financial challenges. So in an effort to have a fully transparent and provide an opportunity for the public to have this discussion, to learn more about the findings, the recommendation, and what the next steps are, right? I mean, this is an additional independent audit that has, that continues to provide a roadmap for the district. I'd like to publicly request that the executive committee agendized a formal presentation to the full board by the state auditor's team. And that this presentation happen at the next board meeting, January 16th, so that we can have the opportunity to not only hear about the authors of this report, but also to provide the public with an opportunity to submit questions. So I am asking that part of this request includes for the district to provide a mechanism for questions from the public and the community to be submitted prior to the meeting, so that we can give the auditors an opportunity to answer the questions on relative to the audit, and so that we have a clear understanding of what the scope of the audit was, the data that they use. I've heard that the data is in question, and how do we move forward? And I think it's important to have this conversation sooner rather than later, because they have recommendations in that report, recommendations that are the district has to submit as early as March of next year. But typically, the state auditor comes back at the 6-month mark and again at the 1-year mark. So it's important that we, again, that we have this conversation as publicly and as inclusively as possible, so that we can provide the community with this opportunity to submit questions and get their answers. And I did want to go ahead and make sure that my request for the January 16th was a reasonable one. So I did do some advance work, and they are available on January 16th to present before the full board. So, so with that, I again like to submit this request to the executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. Quarterly, the superintendent and I meet with the city of Rancho Cordova for a 2x2, since I have schools that are in the city of Rancho Cordova that I represent. Or I should say the school district has schools in the city of Rancho Cordova. A while ago, we discussed with them that we had to cut our summer learning programs, and the city of Rancho Cordova has a Measure H funds that they were able to offer a summer learning program at AM Wynn. And we just had a report. We went to the city council and gave a report, and I'd just like to report back that in the findings for the summer learning program, that there were great strides in learning for, I believe it's 4, 5, and 6, correct? Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 grades. So I'm hoping First, that the city of Rancho Cordova will fund this again, and second, that our other cities and counties will take note. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you. A couple of different items. Thank you, Member Ang Olson, for bringing up a couple of issues we've worked on recently at McClatchy. A McClatchy student very eloquently laid out all of the Title IX concerns, and I know that the district staff is looking at these. The district's also in conversation with equal rights advocates on improved policies and practices related to Title IX. And once those are available publicly, we will be sure to share those and make sure those practices are implemented widely. So I really appreciate your bringing that up. And on the other issue of molecular biology, we did have a forum, like Member Ang Olson said, it was jam-packed full of students expressing their interest in keeping that course. I am very heartened, and I wanted to thank the superintendent and Assistant Superintendent Matt Turkey for really listening to our students, really listening to the community who was so interested in keeping this really special class. And those deliberations are still ongoing, but I'm very heartened and just want to express my appreciation for you reevaluating that decision. Finally, I just want to say a sincere thanks to all of the individuals who have come out to the Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee over the past year and engaged in that public process. I really appreciate your continued engagement as we move forward to a new structure, and hopefully we can work hard to make that new structure, as we discuss the budget and fiscal issues, as public friendly as possible. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Member Morowski. We have no other board member comments at this time. We're going to move on to item 10.0, Board Workshop, Strategic Plan, and Other Initiatives. Item 10.1, which will be the Graduation and College and Career Indicator Update. This evening, presented by Chad Schweitzer and Mary Harden-Young.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and respected board members. Chad and I are joined tonight by our colleagues, Kari Hansen-Smith, our coordinator of GATE and AP programs, Stephen Fong, our LCAP and SIPSA coordinator, Garrett Kirkland, our principal at Hiram Johnson High School, as well as several experts, content experts who are sitting in the front row. They're here to answer specific questions that you might have. We're here tonight to give you an update on the 2019 graduation and college and career indicator rates. While we know our system is inequitable by design, we work hard to provide every student the opportunity to graduate with the greatest number of post-secondary choices from the widest array of options. We all know the many benefits of graduation, and we acknowledge that there is a human capital gap between the number of graduates and the projected needs of the workforce and tomorrow's academy. Within this presentation tonight, we'll share some bright spots along with some opportunities that we face. While we are increasing our percentage rate of prepared status on the college and career readiness indicator, we saw a slight decrease in our graduation rate, causing our California dashboard to decrease, from green to yellow. You see on this slide, we continue to have significant gaps in performance for many of our student groups when looking at graduation and the college and career indicator rates. Those include students with disabilities, our English learners, foster youth, homeless youth, African American students, American and Alaska Native students, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students. Stephen is now going to walk you through the graduation reporting and the college career indicator.
Good evening, board. These next two slides are just some brief context to establish the difference between a few of the types of graduation rates we hear about, and really to highlight what the context is for the data you're going to see presented in the rest of the presentation. So the first graduation rate you'll see is a one-year graduation rate. This is the rate that's used by our DAS schools, or our dashboard alternative status schools. Those would be schools like American Legion, Capital City, Success Academy. And so we do use those for those schools that qualify for that alternative status, and that's reported on their dashboard. The second is what you will often have heard of as the graduation rate in the past, or a four-year rate, oftentimes called the four-year adjusted cohort rate. That's where you take a cohort of students entering into the 9th grade, and then over time, as students move in and out of that class for various reasons defined, that cohort's adjusted. And that's been what we've had traditionally in the past. But what's highlighted as the third graduation rate, or the combined 4- and 5-year rate, is the new dashboard methodology. And that's really what we want to highlight here. All the subsequent graphs and charts that you'll see throughout this presentation use this rate. That's what is being represented if you go to our SCUSD dashboard for 2019. It takes the 4-year rate, but then adds any students who have graduated from the previous year's class. And that's why it's that combined 4- and 5-year rate. One note here at the bottom, just for reference, is that that new methodology is only affecting the 2019 dashboard. So it's represented here in this presentation, it's represented on our new dashboard, but if you go back to previous iterations, or in 2018, 2017, they have not recalculated those rates. But what they have recalculated is the 2018 data that's included on the 2019 dashboard. That's a mouthful, but that's trying to establish what we're looking at. So we want to look at apples and apples and oranges and oranges. For college and career, you'll see here that we've shown the two main clusters of criteria that the state is looking at to define whether a student is prepared, approaching prepared, or not prepared. For a student to be prepared or approaching prepared, they must be a graduate. So that's an initial criterion. You can see that they're in coursework, which are various types of coursework that a student must complete, and there's other requirements embedded within that you'll hear about in a minute, and also assessments. And those are a range of assessments that we've heard of in other contexts. Again, for college and career indicator, they're looking at now the 4- and 5-year combined rate. So if a student from the previous year's class has graduated and is also prepared, they would be added to this combined rate. So those these two indicators are using that new methodology for the 2019 dashboard only.
What you see in front of you on this slide is the California Department of Education's 2019 version of the College and Career Readiness Indicator. This version is less redundant than the one used last year and includes additional criteria needs within each category. We've provided for you a copy of the new version with the version that you would have seen presented last year on the back, that colorful. We realize that this is a very complex and dense indicator, and we'll return to provide another board presentation in the spring should we receive detailed student data. We'd like to highlight the work our district is doing specifically in the second category, advanced placement exams, that's beyond what is recommended by the state. And to do that, Kari Hansen-Smith will speak to the specific work.
Thank you. The state focused on passing AP or IB exams in 3 of the 8 indicators for college and career readiness. However, that only considers the ultimate output. As such, we are focused on establishing and sustaining a pipeline of learners who are encouraged to participate in AP and IB classes, are supported in sustaining their enrollment in those classes, and ultimately are prepared to succeed both in the AP or IB class and on the AP or IB exam. What you see here is the Performance and Targeted Action Index, including our development efforts to establish and monitor that pipeline. As you will see, it is not yet populated with data, but when established, multiple indicators will inform school sites as to which students demonstrate potential for AP or IB enrollment. Those students will form our eligibility pool. There are additional indicators to monitor appropriate course placement, course retention, course enrolled exam takers, and finally, those exam takers who achieve a passing score. AP potential data from the College Board, which populates much of this effort, was only just released. To establish this eligibility pool, we must have multiple criteria considering student aptitude and achievement beyond the College Board's indicators. Currently, this eligibility pool is set to include that AP potential data generated by 10th and 11th grade PSAT scores. That indicates those students with a likelihood of at least a 60% chance of passing. And then working on developing alternate internal criteria, such as students who have been flagged for gifted education services, GPA, teacher, parent, or self-nomination by a student, prior course enrollment and or prior course performance, completion of College Board prereqs, or concurrent enrollment requirements. To be clear, this is not about creating additional hoops for students to jump through. Rather, they don't need to meet all of the criteria I've listed. These indicators are designed to help counselors, teachers, and administrators seek out students who may not yet have thought of themselves as AP or IB material. This fall, during the course request window for 9th through 11th grade students, we've been working closely with site leadership to shift some district-wide AP enrollment practices, ensuring that we're in alignment with the College Board's equity principle. Moving ahead, for the 2021 school year, the only existing prerequisites for AP enrollment will be those that have been established by the College Board, and this really only applies to AP math and science classes. Additional site-level conversations have also happened to establish interventions and supports for all AP and IB students, ensuring students both remain in the AP or IB class and participate in the exam, giving them that chance to receive the score of 3 or above. Finally, we realize that AP and IB exam participation is inequitably costly. As a district, we've made a commitment that this burden will not be passed along to our students and their families. This year will be the second in which we will invest in our students by making sure that they have the opportunity to participate in AP and IB exams regardless of household income by covering all AP and IB costs centrally. Pass it back.
On the next few slides, you'll see represented data from the California dashboard for our students, schools, and district. This slide illustrates our 2019 graduation rate compared to the state results by program and by student groups. In reviewing the graduation rate, you see English learners, homeless youth, American Indian, Filipino, Pacific Islander, and students with 2 or more races are showing increases in performance. English learners, American Indian, Filipino, Pacific Islanders, and students with 2 or more races are also outperforming the state average. While we did see growth in highlights, we also recognize that there are student groups that have declined or remained constant from last year. You'll note that foster youth and students with disabilities remain in the red category. This next illustration is of our 2019 college and career readiness indicator rate compared to the state results by program and student group. You see foster youth, students with disabilities, African American, American Indian, Filipino, Hispanic, Latino, white, and students with 2 or more races all showed increases in college and career readiness rates. While English learners are outperforming the state average, we continue to have student groups that declined or remained constant. And this final slide of our California dashboard data is a side-by-side comparison for 2019 graduation and college and career readiness rates by school site. You see American Legion, Health Professions, John F. Kennedy, Kit Carson, and School of Engineering and Sciences all showed increases in graduation, with Health Professions, School of Engineering and Sciences, and West Campus all earning a significant blue indicator. Health Professions, C.K. McClatchy, Johnson, Kennedy, and Kit Carson all showed increases in college and career readiness. You'll notice on this that the charter schools have been included in tonight's presentation, but they are not included in the district's dashboards. I'm going to pass now to Chad Schweitzer, who will continue our data analysis.
Good evening. I'm going to continue with a few more slides related to our data. This is our graduation rate, which is highlighted in blue, and our college and career indicated rate, which is highlighted in red, and they are organized by student group and program participation. You can see that they are sorted in descending order by our graduation rate. And this is our graduation and college and career indicator rate, organized by school sites. They are also sorted in descending order by our graduation rate and separated into comprehensive high schools on top and our small high schools on the bottom. And lastly, this slide compares our college and career indicator and graduation rates of our district to the state and other small districts, other similar districts. You'll notice that they are sorted by descending order, this time by the college and career indicator rate. And this highlights the rigor found within the college and career indicator and it tying directly to our core value and guiding principles. This slide has our performance and targeted action index element specific to graduation. This represents the transition from previous year's data to this year's current data. This index for graduation allows us to get to the student level data for the element which focuses on graduation, students who are on track for graduation, students who remain on track between grading periods, students who go from off track to on track, and the data in orange underneath the element represents our current data by grade level who are on track for graduation as of the first quarter grades for this year. We do have some opportunities and next steps that we're working on. We're ongoing monitoring of graduation and A through G progress. We're aligning communication between principals, assistant principals, and counselors to ensure a streamlined process in supporting our sites with their intervention plans. We're holding monthly assistant principal meetings directly supporting the work done with those who supervise the master schedule and counseling departments. Paying specific attention to credit recovery via weekly progress monitoring. We also have a new process this year. We are currently pre-registering current 9th through 11th graders prior to One Stop to help ensure they are graduation ready and that staffing meets our students' needs. We're ensuring accurate data is input to Infinite Campus in our monitoring tools and that proper student exit codes are used when students disenroll from our schools. And we're ensuring course sections are created accurately for A through G and college and career indicator reporting purposes. Now I'm going to introduce Garrett Kirkland, principal of Hiram Johnson's, to walk us through their graduation and A through G plans.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you again. Up there you see on the slide some of the things that we are trying to do. My role tonight is to talk about some of the realities, some of the challenges, and some of the plans that we have to change the data and improve it as we go forward. I want to kind of start with the assistant principals as agents of change. I'll talk to you a little bit about, right, we have people of all different capacities on our campus. And some of this work is squarely within the administration, the counseling, the teachers, and all the support staff. One of the things is our counselors do rotate through senior years. And so as we try to build capacity between the various competencies of our staff, we try to build systems that protect the variances, right? So one of the things we do is we use the tool to check with our counselors weekly on their student caseloads. Are they on track? How many are off track? What are the students within 10 credits of being on track? What's the plan to get them up to date? And so we try to have these weekly check-ins to decrease the variability in the results. We also will meet with our credit recovery teachers and say every week they should be progressing so much, right? Our teachers are there to do a good job, but it's not to just sit there and have the kids on the computer. The obligation is to propel the kids through the courses. And we only have a certain amount of seats. So the other reality is not only do we need to get this kid through the class in time to graduate, but we need to open up the availability for the next kid. And if we have all our seniors enrolled, then we start moving to the 11th graders. How do we get them involved? So those systems are built to try and give us like a support structure to make sure that we're on track and keeping everybody moving forward on a weekly basis. There are Also, one of the things I want to tell you that we have some challenges with the alternative placements. We have kids that are severely behind already, and when we try and put them at SAC Accelerated or we try and find a spot to help them recover credits, it's full. And so we're left with a decision of keeping a kid on campus that, as we can see in 11th grade, we have very little chance to actually successfully get them across. And we can identify that, and there are things that we can do, but that's another challenge for us as well. A lot of that is reactive, and a lot of the things you see up there, right, are things that we're doing to catch up. I want to tell you a little bit of what we're trying to do to get ahead of it, right? One, we start all of our freshmen with an A to G schedule. Every one of them takes biology for science and an A to G elective. We don't offer electives that are not A to G anymore. We don't offer science classes that are not A to G anymore. So we start off with a schedule. We also will have proactive meetings as a freshman. The seniors have regular meetings so that they know what's going on and where they stand. And we try to get their course mapped out in front of them so they can see it on paper, and we try and check in with them on a regular basis. I'll tell you another thing that we're doing school-wide at Johnson is we're investing in Kagan Classroom. It's cooperative strategies to get kids talking, thinking, and sharing as much as possible. So it's just one example of the professional development we're trying to offer. We don't expect people to just get better just because they went to sleep and woke up the next day. We have to put things in front of them to help them grow and develop their skills, right? So we have professional development for all of our subjects, mostly every year, and the Kagan is school-wide to get the kids talking and thinking and sharing. I want to tell you also about our EL, because we have, right, when we talk about the groups that we're working to try and level the field, our EL students, we've made a significant EL investment at our school. We have every student that's level 1 or 2 in classes 20-1 for 5 out of their 6 classes. PE is the only one that they won't. They will have a English class and a support class. They will have U.S. history, math 1, and biology at 20-1. We have 3 cohorts of that at level 1. Wow. So that's right? That's 15 classes across the board that are staffed at 20 or filled at 20 instead of 35. And so that is a pressure that we have to alleviate other places. I'm running out of time. I got to move fast. Another thing that we're doing with the foster and homeless is we've invested in not just a school support coordinator, but a social worker and interns to help us with the challenges we have at Johnson. One other thing I want to tell you is the ratio of special ed students at a school. Right, the potential impact of the school when you have a certain percentage. Ours is over 20% of our school. And so that's a toll that we have to work on. One final thing as I'm closing up is I just want to tell you specifically about Johnson High School. Since school started, we have enrolled 300 new students. So the problem when we work on the tool is the information up to date on the tool? Do we have transcripts? So what we've done is we've made a transcript tracker because I didn't want to just hope we knew where people were. So every kid that registers in our school goes in a Google form, and we're able to cross-check our registrar. Do we have the transcript? Did we get it or not? Is it in English? Did it get translated? And is it up to date? Because that tool is only as good as our information that we put in. So it's a way we track students. But when you get 300 students coming to your school after school has already started, it's a significant impact in our day to try and keep that up. But I will wrap that up right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kirkland.
Yeah, I just want to say that concludes our presentation, and we're available for public comment and questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we do. We have Kenya Martinez and Alejandro Cabrera.
Yeah, so I don't know if I've ever explained this to the board before, just so you know. My younger son, is a student who receives special education services. He has an IEP. He's also gate identified. So in the last 2 years, what has happened as far as the process for him is, I think some of you know, he was accelerated a grade level and he skipped 2 grade levels in math. So I just wanted to point out that there is this disparity, a terrible disparity when it comes to students who accelerate, especially when they're Black and brown. So to me, this information is irrelevant because when I talk to former students who've actually graduated, and if they're white and Caucasian, they're actually pushed to accelerate. So my student was not. I actually had to fight for that acceleration. So that's the main thing I wanted to point out, the big racial disparity among African American and brown students who do not get the same services, especially if they have a learning disability. The other thing I wanted to point out is you're doing a presentation on college and career readiness. Why isn't the director here presenting?
Okay. Do we have any other public comments on this item?
Make it quick. Good evening, board members, superintendent, president. My name is Alejandro with the Office of Vice Mayor Guerra, and I'm just here to speak briefly on some of the work that we have been doing with the college and career readiness, specifically with Vanessa Morero and some of our great staff that you guys have, Aaron Pecho and Katie Hensley. I don't believe they're here, but I just wanted to put that on the record. So it's essentially here to support the work that they're doing. Thanks to their assistance, we have been able to establish a South Sacramento Robotics After-School Program in Council District 6. This program exposes students to many from disadvantaged communities to concepts of science, technology, education, and math. Along their journey, students develop critical thinking skills, team building, core value practices, and presentation skills. The CCR has been essential to leverage community and private business resources and in managing and administering funds. We started the program about 3 years ago at 3 elementary schools, and thanks to their work, we have been able to expand to a total of 6 schools. We have 28 robotic teams and a total of 168 students enrolled in the program, and that wouldn't have been possible without the support of the superintendent, board members, Mene Garcia, as well as the CCR. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have no other public comments at this time? Okay, we're going to take board member comments and questions. I have a couple questions I would like to ask, and Ms. Espinoza, you might be able to help with some of them. So I appreciate this detailed presentation on both progress and racial disparities in graduation and in college readiness. I would like to have you talk a little bit about the role of master scheduling and ensuring equitable opportunity, because this gets to what Kenya talked about. You know, how are we ensuring that all students, irrespective of their racial background, are given an equal opportunity to access A through G coursework, that when they are falling off track, they are being given the additional interventions. And so I'd like to hear about that. And then I would also like to understand a bit more based on the presentation around the subgroups that have not seen the gains that we have with some of our other student populations, what interventions are being employed.
Sure. So from a master scheduling perspective, they mentioned briefly that this year what we instituted was regular meetings now with our associate principals. They are the ones who lead the master scheduling process. So over the last few months, we have engaged in activities with them where they are now exposed to the tools. They are able to disaggregate the data, and we've been going and identifying trends for them, because up until this point, I don't know that we had been looking at the data in a critical view in this manner in preparation for One Stop or the master scheduling process. So in the last couple of years, as you know, we have been reactive. So once a student had received a deficiency, we made sure that through the counselor work, we ensured the students were registered for credit recovery. But as you saw the data, we pretty much plateaued for graduation. So we had to take a more proactive approach and figure out where the system's gaps are. So when you look at the grade levels, one of the findings that we found was we developed the graduation matrix, and that's what we use as a baseline for determining how many students are on grade level, right? So by 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. What you can see is when the APs were looking at their data, they pushed back some, right? So if you could see the 10th grade, they said, why is it that we have such few 10th graders on track? And it's not necessarily the students are failing, it's from a master scheduling perspective, we just have not put students in the appropriate courses that would then deem them on track. So that's the work that we're doing, and the team it serves as a collaboration now among all of our high schools so that they could look at their scheduling practices and are looking more critically at what the practices are then, if the practices are causing students to fall off track earlier in their trajectory. So that's one thing. In terms of identifying the subgroups of students, we are meeting pretty regularly now. For example, our foster youth liaison, right? We noticed that pretty early on. And I don't want to get too technical, but the cohort graduation rate is based off of those students who enter our grade, into our system, the 9th grade. If a student, for some reason, meets that criteria, exits our system and never enrolls in another school outside our district, that reflects in our data. So some of those students may have left our system last year or as a 10th grader, but we still own that student until they enroll somewhere else. So in partnership with our internal colleagues who are responsible for that cohort, we call and we try to track down some of these students, and we try to call other districts to confirm whether or not they've enrolled, and sometimes we can't find the students. But again, as a systemic issue, we tried to fill that gap by ensuring that we were training our registrars on what the appropriate protocols were. We tightened up on our enrollment and drop processes, so we do not drop our students until we confirm that they've enrolled successfully at another school. But we still have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do. So within the AP group, we are looking at trends, scheduling trends, and we will then be delving deeper into the subgroups to identify or prioritize students who are not currently enrolled in credit recovery, for example. So that is the ongoing work. That is the work for this year.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. I appreciate that. I do want to commend Principal Kirkland for all of the incredible work that you're doing at Hiram Johnson. I'm proud of the gains we've made in high school graduation and college readiness. I am worried when I hear things like plateau. So how do we pierce through that, continue to address the racial inequities that exist, and see growth in the way we've been able to see despite the challenges over the last couple of years? Superintendent Aguilar.
President Ryan, I just want to thank you for the questions and ask one of our staff members to go just to illustrate the master scheduling piece on the AP. Can one of you? And then this question of how do we address the plateau effect as well. So yes, this is very technical and it's complicated, but if you look at how the state measures college and career readiness, one of the ways is whether or not students pass their AP test score. And we believe that indicator potentially has the effect of reducing opportunities for students because of our implicit biases around who might pass AP test scores. And so what we've tried to do here is hold firm to the idea that we have to increase the number of students who are eligible to take an AP course. And that can only be done, of course, by making sure that we are offering rigorous, robust, first-tier instruction to our students as they come up the K-12 educational pipeline. So if you're a high school principal, you want to see that the vast majority of your students are eligible to take an AP course. And that is in the first column. In the second column, then, from a master scheduling perspective, we would then know how many seats we have to make available to students that are eligible to enroll in an AP course. And that would be in the form of an opt-out philosophy, because we would be planning enough seats at each of our high schools for the number of students that are eligible. Then, of course, we want to make sure that we are retaining our students in those courses. And this is just an example using AP. If we're successful in retention, then we want to make sure, and of course the board has committed this year to paying for AP test scores, that those students actually take the AP tests. And of course, that's an area where we'd want to see 100% of our students who have been retained taking an AP test. And then finally, of those that we successfully retained who then took an AP test, how many of them passed the score? And so I think it gets to both questions of how do you deal with master scheduling systematically. This is an area in which we can identify how many seats we need for certain courses, and then ensure that we're offering the right supports so that students are retained and then take the test, and hopefully they also pass. So we're very proud of this work. because we believe that it is disruptive to how the state measures college and career readiness as it relates to AP test passing percentages, which I don't think is sufficient. And so our commitment to ensure that students who are eligible actually enroll, take the test, and pass it is what we want to monitor very closely.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Do we have any other board member comments or questions? Board Member Morowski?
Thank you for the presentation. One question on the pre-registration. I am glad to hear that the pre-registration will be used to to see how many classes you need to offer in any given area to inform then the staffing that you need. And I was wondering if you could address whether this will help make staffing more aligned with what you think you'll need on the first day of school?
Yeah, definitely. Our norm has been to go through our one-stops prior to registering our students to do their course request. This year, we're doing that beforehand, so we've already pre-registered our 9th through 11th graders. So our principals will go in knowing exactly how many students are requesting a course. So let's say, for example, I have 10 science teachers at my site. That would offer 50 sections. If I was waiting until afterwards and I ended up needing 55 or 60 sections, it would be difficult for me to make those changes after one stop. But since we're doing it before one stop, I can make adjustments to my master schedule, possibly take out another elective or another course of study to compensate and be able to add those science classes in. So it's going to help principals and sites tremendously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board Member Garcia.
Thank you. I just had a couple of questions. I appreciate the question regarding the timeline and how it feeds into the staffing earlier so that it's more, I think, accurate. And then in terms of slide number, slide number 9 on both the alternative schools, so that's American Legion in Capital City. Can you talk a little bit about what's happening there relative to both their graduation and their college and career? I mean, they're just very low. And I know they're alternative schools, but I just want, if you can just give me a little bit more context.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit of a synopsis with American Legion. Did you say, what was the other one? Capital City.
And then
Yeah,
Capital City. So I'm just
Yeah.
curious, is it staffing? Is it?
It's a little bit of both. So
Okay.
traditionally, students are referred to Capital City and American Legion by our comprehensive and small high schools. Typically, they're credit deficient coming in, so they are inheriting students who are credit deficient. Fortunately, they have the ability to accelerate students via independent study, core seats, and through credit recovery. There are some staffing restraints this year where both sites have been full since about mid-October. So normally, our comprehensive and small schools will still be referring students out to American Legion and Cap City, but we have stopped doing that at about mid-October because of staffing. Simply the classes are full at both sites. All of our sites, including Legion and Cap City, have created graduation and A through G plans where they have plans in place to address how they're making up credits for students. A lot of that focuses on, one-on-one attention, work with our counselors, focus on attendance. Cap City, for example, has increased their attendance already by about 7 or 8% just by paying attention to getting kids into class to meet their course requirements. So very similar with our other schools with the plans that they're in place and just a heightened focus on the graduation in A through G.
So does that mean that they're graduating at a slower pace or?
It depends on where the students come in with how many credits that they have. They are able to accelerate students, so it's not uncommon for a student to earn upwards of 90 credits at American Legion. It really depends on how credit deficient they are when they enter into the site. If they come in as a senior at the semester needing 90 plus credits, more than likely they won't be able to graduate on time. So that's where I said it's a kind of a combination of some staffing as well as some side issues, because if we're not able to refer students in there fast enough, Mr. Kirkland spoke to that, they're having to remain back on their comprehensive sites where classes may be full also.
So that was going to be my next question. Now that they're at capacity since mid-October, what happens? What options do the students have?
Yeah, so,
and if it's to stay at their comprehensive high schools, what supports do they get there?
Yeah, so right now I know Garrett, for example, at Hiram Johnson, they were one of the first ones to fill their after-school credit recovery program. So it's a matter of waiting for a seat to become available for them so that they can make up those credits. Having some conversations about summer school where if sites are able to do that and fund classes for students to be able to come in through summer as well.
Okay, well, thank you. And I look forward to hearing more about, now that you're pre-registering at 9th grade for A through G, not only providing access, which is critical, but also completion, right? So it's ensuring that our students are completing these courses. So I look forward to hearing what the completion rates are. So thank you.
Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I just have some questions about how the indicators are, and maybe Garrett can answer this question for me, but when a counselor is looking at the indicator, let's say that we have a senior and in their freshman year, they got a D or an F and an A through G course. Does that come up on let's say it was a D, for example, like for algebra. Does that come up as a red light indicator on the system? And then the second part of this question is at your site, and you can probably only speak for your site, but how we talked a little bit about the staffing restrictions, and I'm sure you have many of these students that are popping up where they have to make up that. And so I'm wondering, how is the staffing restrictions affecting you?
Yeah, so like all of your questions are like a spider web, right? It's all wrapped up. It's all together, really. It seems like separate things, but it's all the same thing. Right here, looking at the 10th grade, one thing you may not know, but one of the most important things to keeping a kid on track is passing the fitnessgram in 9th grade PE. You would never think that, right? But a kid passing the 9th grade fitness means I can put him in an A to G elective or an A to G extension in 10th grade. If they don't pass the fitnessgram, they have to take PE again. So what I would say is, let's say I start someone in level 1 world language in 9th grade. Okay, if they do not pass the fitnessgram, I have to put them back in PE required in 10th grade, which means I can't give you world language level 2. Now, in my mind, I'd rather have you do world language level 2 and bring you back to PE in 11th or 12th grade, but it jams up there. The tool itself does, right, there's several ways. It can sort by who's within 5 units or 10 units. You can pick the number of units or credits you want off track. And then there's another one that kind of just fills it up in red where it's short math. Okay, and so what we're looking for is we want 60 credits every year, basically. There's a built-in 15 because, you do 60 every year, that's 240. You need 225 of the right ones. And so there is, padding built in a 6-class schedule. But for us, we identify those things by year, and we try and make them up in the summertime. But as many of your decisions are, it comes down to priorities, right? It's what do we do with the kid if there are no more seats over there? We have to prioritize. When we go back to filling our EL classes at 20-1, that's a decision. That's a priority. So the master schedule and the budget are definitions of priorities, because are we going to give the EL kids and the special ed kids what they need? Or are we going to give the AP kids? Or are we going to give the kids in the middle, right? We never have infinite resources. So what happens when you're making the master schedule is you're trying to define your priorities. And you're trying to invest your budget in your priorities. So doing the registration beforehand, that helps because you're still going into, now you have a chance to advocate, right? When you're at the staffing meeting and the budget meeting. It used to be before they would tell you, here's how many teachers you have, and you didn't have the input of the information request. So you'd go in and say, okay, here's how I'm using my teachers. But having the information of what the kids want and what they need to graduate, right? The choice of electives and the high-level classes, knowing what is needed, you can go in and say, listen, 83 teachers does not do it, and let me show you how. And we've started doing that when we push for 20-1 and 27-1 for SEDI and special ed teachers teaching 3 or 4 classes so they can manage their caseload. That comes from somewhere, right? But doing it ahead of time gives us a chance, at least in the meeting, to advocate for what we need instead of just filling out the numbers.
And how would a counselor be able to catch, like, for example, the example that I gave of having a D in algebra, if you get a D in algebra and let's say that they move on and then they're put into, or let's say pre-algebra and then they move on and then they get a higher grade, how does the system catch that, because if they have a D in their algebra and they move on, then they're not eligible to go into a four-year college.
So it's again going to be priorities, right? So we're looking at that. Now, quite honestly, Ms. Pritchett, if you had a D in one of your math classes, the first thing we would do is look at all of your classes. If you are A to G eligible everywhere else, we're going to do something about that D. But if you're not A to G and you're a junior or senior, I'm going to want to make sure you graduate, right? And so we try and catch it as early as we can. But again, when we go back to priorities, if I have a certain amount of after school or credit recovery seats or summer school time, I'm going to prioritize the kids going into their senior year or their junior year because I have less time to get them caught up. Mm-hmm. I don't want to tell the freshman and sophomore that they have to wait, but it's a priority. And I'm trying to prioritize the kids that are closest to the end so I can get them successfully graduated or successfully A to G eligible.
But this system is making it easier for us to catch those kids so they're not falling through the cracks.
So here's
right?
the challenge at Johnson is we have 300 kids register new. We have to make sure our transcripts are up to date. If that's done, the tool is perfect for us because it shows you by year what they have or by A to G. Right? So you can look at it a variety, sliced different ways. But our counselors have this at their fingertips. We have to make sure our clerical and support staff are keeping up with 300 transcripts. That's our challenge. It's not the tool, right? The tool is laying it out and it makes it very easy to see where you're coming up short or where you've met all the requirements.
Well, thank you for the hard work. I know that this is not an easy task, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate all the work.
Thank you. Do we have another board member? We have a final comment from Board Member Garcia.
Just one follow-up question, which I forgot to ask earlier. The 300 new students that you have, where'd they come from? Other high schools they couldn't get into, out of district? So, I mean,
other countries, it's everywhere.
Seem to be caught off guard, right? And I'm just wondering in terms of staffing, how are you adjusting to 300 new students? Because that's a big number.
It's something I've gotten used to very quickly at Johnson. It's not new. This year is not like strange, right? This is what happens. And so what we're trying to do, that's why we created our transcript trackers. We didn't want to lose a kid that checked in, right? When I first got there, I'd ask the registrar, like, the counselor's telling me this transcript's not up to date. And they say, oh, I'm working on it. So now we manage our system by paying attention daily to that. So it's the same way the tool works for our counselors. This tracker works for us, making sure our registrar has them up to date. But they come from other countries. They come from other schools in our district and out of our district. And we have some kids that come without education. And so they're starting with us. And so this is why one of the reasons our 20-to-1 level 1s and level 2s start with U.S. history, even though it's 11th grade classes, many of our kids are coming from another country. So we're assuming they've had world history or a history of some kind. So we introduce them to U.S. history in their level 1 status while they're in level 1 and level 2. If they've already had it, we find another history class that they need, but that's where we start.
So I've been on your campus and it's very diverse, and the needs are very great because there's so much diversity. But how do you, this is a trend, right, at this point? I mean, something you expect happen every year. How do you prepare for the right amount of staff? If you know you're going to get additional students, I'm just trying to figure out like the average and how do you anticipate that from year to year?
So there's other ways this hits too. Another thing that happens at Johnson is in the spring we'll be told we're going to have 575 or 600 freshmen roll in, and it will be 420. That's just what I've learned is what happens. So what we do is we've gone to every elementary school that has kids with our addresses. We give them a form. We ask them what their classes are. We look at their transcripts. We look to see if they have special education accommodations. We look to see if they are able to go into a native speaker language class because that can propel them through world language up to AP faster, which gives them extra credits, for college and for their GPA. So we go out to the schools and we ask them to sign. If you're not planning on coming to our school, we want to know right away because if we can pare the number of 600 down to 450 and be accurate, we have a better chance of getting not just the right staffing, but the right classes for these kids. Mm. But what it is I know Ms. Espinosa, and again, I will lean on the assistant principals as agents of change is real. They need to be mini principals at a comprehensive high school, quite honestly. But this is why I pay attention to the master schedule. And my assistant principal, right, it's like, man, you're watching this very carefully because there's very few things more important than the master schedule.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kirkland.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just, even though it's not a topic of this presentation, but it's been mentioned several times, this idea of pre-registering, I do want to just acknowledge the effort that's been undertaken to get to a place where we can collaborate with different departments so that we essentially are pre-registering students for core courses. But I do want to distinguish, this is for this year, a mighty, mighty task to get to a place where students are pre-registered for core courses. Eventually, we will look to pre-register students for advanced courses and honors courses. Again, using the same philosophy of taking data, identifying students that are eligible, that have demonstrated AP potential when they take their PSAT test, and a variety of other multiple measures. And again, we will celebrate when that time comes, because I think that removing the weight of a student who has to understand, or his or her family who has to understand how to make those decisions, is something that I will strive for as superintendent with our staff, and instead be in a position where we are telling students we believe that you can do well in these courses, and we're going to support you and make sure that you're successful as well. So that has yet to come, but I do want to acknowledge the amazing work that has taken place to get us to a place where we're talking about pre-registering students so that they're not having to decide which decisions to make so that they can cross the stage when they're seniors.
Very important point, Superintendent Aguilar. Thank you all for your work. We so appreciate your presentation this evening. Item 10.2, the 2019-2020 first interim financial report and FCMAT update this evening, which will be presented by Dr. Ramos. Christina, can you take over? I think we'll get some tea.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, superintendent, and tonight I have Jackie Canfield here with me. She will be co-presenting. She is currently our consultant that's filling in for our budget director position. So tonight we are presenting the 2019 first interim budget report, which is the district's financial update through October 31st for actuals, and then projects the budget through June 30th. Okay, let me get this going here. Am I having to point? No. Sorry, minor technical difficulty here. Let me see if I can get this. All right, well, here, you want to see if you can figure that out for me? Thank you. So while we're figuring that out, those of you that do have the PowerPoint presentation, the first slide is simply the agenda. Thank you, Jackie. The items that we're going to be going over tonight. The first one is the financial reporting requirements for school districts. The second one is a letter dated on November 20th that we received from SCOE regarding a deficit reduction plan. And then we'll go into the actual first interim budget, covering the multi-year projections, and then the budget calendar, and then finally into the FCMAT matrix update, and then with the summary. So the financial reporting requirements, these are driven, as you know, by Ed Code. The first is the one that dictates the two reports that we are required to file as a school district. The first is through October 31st, and the second is through January 31st. And then, of course, they are projecting through June 30th for the remainder of the months. The second Ed Code requires the Board of Education to certify that based on the current projections, whether a district can meet their financial obligations or not in the current year and the two subsequent years. And then finally, the final Ed Code says that if a district is certifying as negative, then we do have to file a third financial report. And that is the third interim, which is as of April 30th. So our status. As we all know, the district's 2019-20 revised adopted budget was disapproved by SCOE because that third year did end with a negative fund balance in our unrestricted account. And so for the 2019-20 first interim report, we are also submitting a negative certification because the district is still projecting to not meet its financial obligations in 21-22. But I'd like to expand just a little bit in this area. There's three main indicators that have resulted in us submitting a negative certification. The first is the district has not eliminated the structural deficit since we presented the revised adopted budget. We still have that, and that'll be shown in the financial reports that will be coming to shortly. And then secondly, the district is unable to meet its minimum reserve in that third year. We're short about $11.5 million, which is essentially the 2%. We have just a couple $100,000 or so in that third year. And then finally, this district is still struggling with negative cash flow in that third year. And when you get to the end, although there is, a minor amount of cash, when we get into those subsequent months, we will be depleting our cash. And so we're at risk of running out of cash after that third year. So those are the reasons we are submitting a negative certification this evening. And of course, that means that the SCOE financial advisor will remain assigned to the district until a deficit reduction plan is achieved. So we will retain that stay and rescind mode. And then the next, okay, so now we're going into the letter, just some highlights of the letter that we received from SCOE. This is the 1120 letter. SCOE did recognize the district has made ongoing reductions of more than 30 million, but this did not eliminate the structural deficit. And so our current goal remains at needing that additional $27 million in ongoing reductions. SCOE also acknowledged that the district did review other areas for possible reductions, but this would have, if we reduce these areas, they would negatively impact students, and therefore it's been recommended that we not consider these anymore for reduction. And here is the list of those items that are not on the table for reduction. They include athletics, music equipment, instructional technology, the PSAT, SAT test fees, college and career visits, student interventions for students not demonstrating grade readiness, and then the following leadership positions. There's several there. So these have been removed as possible areas to reduce. Additionally, the letter did say that the district has identified and acted on most non-negotiable items. So we're unlikely able to achieve the $27 million in cuts without a solution that requires negotiations. And then finally, of course, by December 31st, the district is required to submit a budget plan that achieves the $27 million in reductions to eliminate the deficit spending and avoid a crisis. And this has to be submitted to SCOE. And here is, let's see, the first whole slide there. Now, this is just a snapshot of our condition. What you're seeing here is a comparison of our multi-year projection we stand now as a first interim to the revised adopted budget. And I'm going to call your attention to the red line, which is the top line. That's what you saw last time when you approved the revised adopted budget. That was a projection of our deficit, which is the ongoing net change in fund balance. Starts off with the 6.2 million negative for unaudited actuals. Obviously, that did not change from today because that's when we closed the books. Moving over to the right there, you'll see the revised adopted budget was projecting that negative to be 11.47. Now as a first interim, if you just go straight down that column, you'll see it's a negative 4.68. Clearly an improvement, and that's great. And that's what we need to do is look for ways to improve our situation. But if you go over to the right, you're going to see that negative ending fund, that negative change balance, change in fund balance is pretty much the same in the out years in the two reporting periods. It hasn't changed that much. And the reason for that, and Jackie's going to go into that in more detail, is because the changes that we made this year are primarily one-time. They're one-time revenues that came in or adjustments to revenue, or we just had expenditure reductions, primarily in the area of vacancies, or we just trued up our budget in some expense accounts. But then those expenses don't go away permanently. They come back. That's why they're referred to as one-time. And so those are reflected in that negative change in fund balance. And then those last lines are our reserve levels. So as you'll see, they're not that great, 9.549%, 9.19%, and 5.13%, and then barely 6.06%. That's a fraction of a percentage. And keep in mind that the required reserve is 2%. The other thing I'd like to call attention to this reserve is that it's depleting over time quite substantially. I mean, when you get between 1920 and 2021, it almost drops in half to that 5.13%. And then finally in that third year, we essentially deplete our reserve. And so this next slide is talks about reserves. There was a question when we last presented about what are the recommended reserves, what are industry standards, what do districts typically see. This is a typical industry standard provided by the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association. They recommend about 17% of 2 months of payroll. For the district, that's about $86 million. And so if I can take you back quickly to that other slide, you'll see that we're not anywhere near that before we get to the 2%. So, you know, we're not at that point yet. Now, some other reasons that I've seen other districts reserve above the 2% or whatever their requirement is, because some have the 3%, is for things like to manage their fiscal issues going forward. They may know that they are declining enrollment, or they may know that the state's going to implement a revenue reduction. So a board will say, well, we would like to have a double reserve because we want to be able to mitigate those out years, and we want to have soft landings, be able to prepare for reductions. And other districts I've seen that they have priorities when it comes to programs. They know that a program is going to have some restricted resources that will expire, and they would like to continue those services. So they say to set aside funds. Some things I've seen is like, for example, the district I came from, they have counseling was a very big initiative, and nurses, and so there was some funding that was set aside in the event that there was some reductions to those areas. So it just pretty much depends on the district's priorities, what it is that, you know, the district would like to plan for in the future that determines how and what kinds of reserves you set above your required levels. So I just wanted to provide you with some suggestions and what, you know, what other districts have done, as well as the industry standard. And then here is just a slide that talks about the summaries of changes that you will see in the first interim report, and we'll go into a little bit more detail in these, but this is just to give you a snapshot. This includes recognition of changes to our revenue account, our LCFF, due to enrollment changes and changes in our unduplicated percentages, which has declined just a bit. And also, I mentioned this earlier, the recognition of current year expenditure savings. And also looking at in the out years, our pension rate increases. There have been some slight changes there. And then our cash flow changes as well. I'm going to talk about cash flow just a little bit here, even though it's mentioned in the executive summary. We've had a change per a GASB requirement, which is the General Accounting Standards Board. Every now and then they put out a new requirement. And this is GASB 84, which states that this account, the fiduciary account that the district has had for many years, many districts have had it, everyone's going through this in the state pretty much, is a payroll clearing account that we use to put all of our payroll deductions in there. For example, all of your STRS, your PERS, your OPEB, any liability associated with payroll transaction has gone into this account forever, pretty much. Well, GASB has said that this account no longer meets that criteria, and it must now be folded into your general fund. So therefore, we're having to move all that cash into Fund 1. So what you're going to see in the cash flow report is another line at the very bottom of that report that says Fund 76. That was our fund where we kept these activities. And it will be now recorded there. But, you know, the way we'd like to, you know, describe the activity for this account, it's similar to a payable account or a checking account where checks haven't cleared yet. So this cash is not necessarily available to the district for its discretion. This account has liabilities associated with. So we just wanted to make sure that we explain that because it is quite a large balance there. And then finally, we're going to talk a little bit about the revised multi-year projections. And again, although it's improved, we don't have the ability to meet, based on these projections, the 2% required reserve in that third year, 21-22. And so therefore, we're back to, as we've been saying before, we still need that negotiated solution of $27 million in order to resolve this issue. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jackie, who's going to talk about some of these details.
Good evening. Well, I'm back again.
Thank you.
And I'm working with the budget staff, and what you're seeing here is the first formal snapshot of where things looked as of the end of October, and we're projecting to year end. This is a little newer for the budget staff to do the projections, you know, like this. Normally, you saw that come later in the year. And so I know that this is a little bit of a change, but please know that when we go forward with these projections, what we're doing is we're looking at
3 years of past information, where they were in October compared to year end, to do some projections for like non-personnel and other salaries, and for the staff, that personnel will look at the number of open positions and how many we think will get filled, for the remainder of the year, and what salary, and, all that. So there's a lot of work that goes into these few numbers that you're going to see here tonight. But please know that when we go forward with this, we're trying to recognize what we think will at least happen. And then when we come back again at second interim, we'll have more data and be able to have more clarity and probably show more, savings. But we don't like to come forward and show too much savings if we made a mistake and have to come back and give you bad news. So we're conservative on revenues and conservative on expenditures on purpose, because we want to come forward with good news to you, but we want to give you a good idea of where we think the district will land. Starting off with the revenues, with that being said, the biggest factor that, affects, the revenues for the district is the enrollment, and we're going to see a couple of slides on enrollment here in just a moment. But the enrollment turns into attendance, which is ADA, and another important factor is that the students that we serve, if we serve students that are have special needs, they're foster, homeless, English learners, free and reduced type students, the state gives more monies for those. And it uses a 3-year average, for that. So if you end up having students not identified as unduplicated, while you have the advantage on the attendance, to get funded off of the current or the prior year, with the unduplicated count, you end up seeing an effect in the year that it actually happens. It is lessened because it's a 3-year average, but we are seeing that this year there was fewer students that were identified as unduplicated, and it works out to being 300,000. This is an area where the district can work to make sure that they've identified all the students, and I know there's challenges on getting all of the applications back from the parents, and that is one area where there can be some improvement. And hopefully that can be addressed so that you can get as much money as possible to be able to serve the students. But anyway, as it is right now, for this year, there's a loss of 300,000. On the local revenue, we saw a little bit of that. We know that we'll have monies in like equipment sales and donations. It's nothing real big to talk about, but we're mentioning it here because it amounts to 100,000. This is where the majority of the work was done, was on the expenditure side. And we did focus strongly on the unrestricted, special ed, Title I, and restricted routine maintenance. So again, based upon historical percentages, helps us do a lot of the projections. And so based upon the number of openings that we have here, we made some adjustments in salary savings. To give you an idea, there was over 100 vacancies in the unrestricted and 80 positions in special ed. So you can see that, we have to really decide, how many of those positions do we think are going to get filled and at what level. And when you're talking about teacher salaries, it can really vary, quite a bit. So we definitely did a lot of work on this and a lot of analysis, not only on the regular salaries, but we also looked at other salaries because, for example, if you have teacher openings, you're going to need to have a teacher in the classroom. So our substitute costs are actually higher this year, and we're projecting them to be higher because of that reason. We did assume most of the positions would be filled for the remainder of the year. The exception for that is, I think I talked about bus drivers with you guys before, and we didn't fill all of the bus driver positions because historically they have not all been full, and that would end up kind of negating what we did for the adopted budget. So, but we did assume, a few more positions, 5 more positions would get filled than where they are currently right now. So it's slightly conservative. And then when we were going through this analysis, we also project the corresponding benefits based upon all the filled positions that they are right now and the ones that we're going to be filling. When we're doing that, we noticed that we had more than enough money in there for STIRS and not enough money for PERS. And if you remember, we had like a change in the final budget on the STIRS rate went up and the PERS rate went down. And I don't think that was done wrong, so maybe it was done wrong at the adopted budget time where we had too much, because you would think that if your salaries go down a certain amount, your benefits are going to go down by the same amount. But anyway, so we adjusted that to the appropriate levels, and so you'll see in the budget there, you'll see some savings on the STIRS line, and then you'll see that the PERS line needs some more monies that we're projecting. I should say on the classifieds too, you'll see that the salaries went up a little bit also. If you remember, we did go through and we were not taking any positions away, but because of historical averages where there are vacancies, we didn't necessarily fund 100% of the positions. So the classifieds are either coming in at a little bit higher amount or being filled a little bit better. So that's why you saw the classified salaries were projected to be a little bit more than the current budget. So you can see we're trying to adjust both ways, capture savings where possible and also note where we need to have some additional monies that were there. So that overall covers kind of like the personnel side, which is the 2.8 million lower in the salaries and the benefits. And on the supply services and capital outlay, that is again where we were looking at where how many payments have been made in October compared to year end and projecting those out. And so we can see that there will be some savings of around 2 million in the overall and unrestricted. Some additional costs that we're seeing is based upon last year's actuals on what we paid to SCOE for services for students they provide for some Sac City students. We needed to have 150,000 more in the other tuition line. And because we're also assuming there will be less money spent in the restricted side, the indirect costs coming down by 378,000. On the special ed side, again, we did the same kind of analysis that I spoke about on the unrestricted side. I already mentioned that there was around 80 some positions that were open there. One large category is speech therapists, and we do have speech therapist monies that are programmed in the 5,000 series. So even though there's openings for speech therapists, we have them down in the 5,000s. If they are able to fill the therapist positions, we would move the money up. So we didn't necessarily say we're going to fill all the speech therapist positions. Sorry, I wasn't looking at my notes, so I want to make sure that I didn't forget anything. So that works out to, again, 3.1 million lower, with 1 million of those savings considered one time. And then that means that would come back into, the budget for the future year. And the same thing with a lot of the salaries and benefits on the unrestricted side. These are one-time savings. We're, not going to assume that next year's budget is going to have those same savings. We would hope that we would fill the positions. That's why we have the authorized positions there. So you start off with the budget, having everything that you need to be able to pay for those positions. And then if you're not able to fill those, then you capture those savings. On the transfers out, this is where we record the contributions to the dependent charter schools. Rose and the budget staff have been working with our dependent charter schools to stay within their allocations, and they've been able to lower the current year by this 218,000. And lastly, we did want to report out, if you remember the revised adopted budget, we had received 4.2 million that was for preschool students, that then the state clarified and said it's 4.2 million coming to the unrestricted, that the district can use whatever way they would like. And so we recommended, and you agreed to, let's just keep it aside in case we needed monies for the teacher salary restructure, because we know we were still kind of unveiling, what all did the
proposal, include, and we wanted to not leave the district short. Not that we thought that the 4.2 and one-time funds would help for any ongoing costs, but it would help us to be able to make the appropriate adjustments in the following school year. And so we're reporting right now that 2.6 of the 4.2 definitely is not needed for the teacher's salary restructure, and we would hope to be able to report even better news as we move on, through the year. The next thing that I do want to mention is we did focus a lot on the unrestricted expenses, but for individuals who are looking at the SACS report and in the memo on page 6 of the memo and page 45 of 135 of the SACS report, you'll see the changes in the restricted general fund. There are some new grants and some revised grants amounts of about 1.7 that staff will come back with a budget revision in the month of January, where we'll not only see the adjustments for these grants, but also any of the personnel savings that we were talking about here for the board to approve and revise. But if you'll recall, at the revised adopted budget, we recognized all of the carryover from the prior year, and we put the monies into the supply line for all of those grants, which put a lot of money into the supply line. And now, if you look at those the reports, you'll see that there's monies that have been transferred from the supply lines to, for example, capital outlay. And in capital outlay, one of the biggest pieces where the monies are being moved to appropriately record the expenses that are going to happen for the clean energy projects that are being handled by facilities, and also CTE projects and restricted routine maintenance. In addition, 5.7 is being transferred to the services line, and that's again for the clean energy projects, the after-school program where they're required to work with outside vendors, the SIG having special one-time projects at our SIG schools, and special ed for contracts. To give you an idea of what's happening is that all of the budget managers are moving the monies to the appropriate budget line to spend out and record appropriately. Now, the next few slides I'm going to just talk about is the enrollment trend. And this one here is similar to what you saw before. It's showing the enrollment from 2009-10 all the way through projected to 2023. I will say that the 2021 through 22-23 are the new projections that we got from Design Insight. And the good news is their new projections are dropping less than what they had before. They're dropping about 200, each year, while before it would have been like 300 and 400 and 400. So the good news is they're seeing that we're not going to lose as many students, which gives some stability to the district, and we'll need to plan accordingly for that. This slide here talks specifically about the 18-19 enrollment, which I don't know if you can see those numbers there. The black is really hidden in with the blue there, but for 18-19, the actual enrollment was 40,660, and the projected enrollment for 19-20 was 40,235. And the almost final CBEDS enrollment, and it may be actual final, but it's darn close, is 40,444. And that does not change our actual revenue for the current year, because you can see, even though this is enrollment, you can see that last year's attendance will be higher than this year's because there was more students. But what it does mean is in 2021, we'll have 2.2 million more than what we had planned based upon the increased enrollment that we're seeing here this year. At the last board meeting, when we talked about the revised adopted budget, board member Vang asked how good are we at projecting our ADA and enrollment. So this slide shows you the projected ADA, which is again a factor of what the projected enrollment is going to be, and the actual ADA and the actual enrollment and the difference between those and the percentages. You can see that it's pretty darn close. The other piece that I just want to point out too is that because you are a declining enrollment district, you know how you're going to be funded. You're going to be funded off of the prior year, so you know the revenue essentially. I say that because there are some ADA that is based upon the current year, like non-public school and some other small ones. But for the general part, you know what your revenue is going to be. Moving on to the multi-year. The multi-year is talked about in the memo starting on page 17, and it also is contained in the SACS report on page 31 of 135. And it lists different assumptions in both of the places. We should have put them all into one, and I'll take responsibility for that. But I'm going to go over them all here for you so that you can make sure that you know about it and are aware. So on the slide here, we do cover what the LCFF COLA is for 2021 and 21-22, showing $10 million for 2021 and 21-22 at $9 million. Are you going over the possible, oh, the risks are coming later. Okay, all right. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. And on the expenditure changes, we did account for the changes in STRS and PERS compared per statute for the next 2 years, and that would be an additional $3.5 million. We also are assuming that health will increase at 4% for each of the future years for a total of 3.6. The charter school contribution, we do still see that growing, but it is growing at a lesser rate. So we're accounting for about $800,000 over the next 2 years, which is a decrease of about $150 from where you were at the revised adopted budget time. The utilities, we've kept the same for now from the revised adopted budget. The increase in special ed is because we assumed that those savings that we're seeing this year, because there are quite a few openings in special ed, will not continue. So that is why you're seeing the difference there in 2021 compared to what the revised adopted budget is. We assume those savings were one time. And then we kept the out year of 7.3 the same for 21-22. The decrease in teaching positions is moved down to $1 million instead of 1.5 over the next 2 years. That's because the decline in enrollment is less than what was planned. In addition, in the memo, we talk about, how step and column is included, for each year of around 2.9 in the unrestricted. We also, again, talked about those one-time savings in personnel and non-personnel items that we're including back into the future years of 4.8. We also will have a lower indirect because of the approved percentages going down, and also less grants of 1.4. In addition, we are funding $3 million of teacher positions in Title I this year. We do not know if we'll be able to continue that for future years, so in the multi-year projection, we assume those $3 million in teachers are coming back into being supplemental and concentration funds in the unrestricted. And in addition, we've talked about it before, but the expanded learning summer school program of $1 million, that's still the same amount that was in there before. And I believe that does cover all of the items that we have included in the multi-year. And this is showing the same kind of information that you will see on the SACS report. It shows it in a similar format that you're used to before. It expands the areas that Rose has shown you, one that consolidated the ongoing net change in fund balance. This one here does show you the different revenues. It does show the revenues are going up each year. It also shows the contributions are going up each year, and it also shows the expenses are going up each year. The supplemental and concentration expanded program dollars changed slightly from the revised adopted budget, but they're close. And then you'll see that we are recording the one-time revenues for this year, but you're not seeing any in future years. And then the one-time expenses for the current year, and then in the out years are for the books that are being planned. And then down there at the bottom, you can see where our reserve levels are going from 9.10 all the way down to 0.06%. And so we are definitely still deficit spending and need to look at that. We can't just look at 1 year. We need to look at multiple years. This slide is showing what the multi-year would look like if we're able to achieve 27 million in negotiated solutions and making those reductions effective in the 2021 school year. You'll see that the ongoing net changes to a positive balance in 2021 to 4.38 and 21-22 to 1.17. It does leave the district with a reserve of 9.25 in 21-22. And with that, I'm going to hand it back over to Rose. Thank you.
All right, we are nearing the end of the presentation. Just a couple more slides to go over as far as first interim is concerned. These are some potential risks that we need to make you aware of, and an opportunity. We don't have like specific information yet, so this information was not built into the first interim report. We've just received information from the LAO in their fiscal outlook, and what they're projecting right now because of the situation at the state level is that the COLA may see a reduction from 3% to 1.79%. So for us, that translates to a loss of about $5 million per year for the next couple of years. We hope to know more when the governor releases his budget in January, and in that same information there was also some information about possible additional money for education. Not sure what that's going to look like, whether that's going to be split among community colleges, if it's going to be a per ADA. Too early to tell, so I don't have any information for you on that. So there's a risk and there's an opportunity, and we are just simply disclosing in the event that we do need to include that. You will see that in second interim, and so more information to come. But of course, we will share that with you as soon as we have information from the governor's January proposed budget. Next slide. I'm not going to go over all these items. We just provided for you all the budget calendar timeline for the coming year. And there's the next few pages are going to go over all the significant dates, but just to make you aware for new upcoming budget information events that will be occurring to occur in January. We're going to be submitting a budget revision to you in January, along with an update on the governor's proposed budget. And then in January, maybe February, our auditors will present their audited financial statements to you. They're waiting to evaluate the state audit to determine what kind of impact that will have on our own audit. And then, of course, in March, we will be presenting a second interim report. So the next few slides just take you through the budget calendar year, and all the information is listed there. And then finally, we get to FCMAT, the Fiscal Health Risk Analysis Update. This is just a table to summarize all of the progress the district has made. As you know, the analysis was completed last October 2018. There were 60 areas of deficiency with corrective actions recommended. And the district has been tracking this on a matrix. I'm going to take you to the very bottom one. You've already heard all the other information at the FICTAC meetings that they've been presented. So as of November 20th, the district addressed 31. They were able to complete 6 of the 31. Not to say that we just stopped working on them. Some of them require a little bit more time and resources. And so what the district will plan to do is at each interim report, we will bring you an updated FCMAT report to let you know how we're progressing. And so just to kind of quickly take you over those 6 recently completed ones. The first is, does the district include facilities when planning or adopting its budget? Not necessarily at that time, but whenever the district does issue a bond, we do bring information as far as facility needs are concerned, and then the district does budget for the 3% out of general fund for routine restricted maintenance. The second one was, does the district have an up-to-date facility master plan? You all know you approved one last June. The district is in the process of completing it. It's scheduled to be done spring of 2020. And then this is related to the financial system. Are we connected to the county? We are not, but the county now has access to Escape. They've been trained, and they can review the data at any time and assist us with any assistance we may need. And so yes, we are separate. That's the second item on this sheet from the county, but we are interfacing with them on a regular basis. So that has been resolved. And then it's related to the same area and the same response. The county does have access, they have been trained, and they are providing the oversight. And then finally, does the district account for all positions and costs? That was a huge project the district undertook last summer. That has been completed, and it's a work in progress because we continue to update that whole section of our financial system. And we are implementing new features as they come along, and we're scheduled to have a new implementation in January. We will bring you more information on that as well. And so that brings us to the end of our presentation. So in summary, the district has implemented more than 30 million in ongoing reductions, and we still need that 27 million to avoid the crisis. And our next financial report will be due to you in March of 2020, which is second interim. And so now we will open it up to questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have Allison French-Tubo, Cecile Nunley, David Fisher, and Nikki Malevsky.
And if you would please pause the clock so we can retain the 36 minutes for board member questions.
Good evening. It's exciting to see Dr. Ramos here starting to work on our process here and see that we're moving forward to have a more professional level of oversight and accountability, because I think we all know that we need to improve. Like many people, I have been reading the state auditor's report, and right now I'd like to call on board members to do all that is necessary to carry out the auditor's recommendations, especially directing staff to take specific actions as recommended. In particular, I call on board members to set a reserve policy more substantial than the legal minimum, and to direct staff to prepare detailed scenarios of multiple possibilities for a balanced budget. I also call on all labor partners and community members to examine the scenarios which are going to be developed by district staff through the lens that serving students to support them in equitable achievements is always the highest priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tubo.
So I'll keep this one brief. One of the things that I think about when the ladies are presenting and when you're doing all of this, it's a tremendous amount of work that goes into this. And these ladies are to be commended for that. Also, it has to be just completely nerve-wracking that not only are you trying to do all this work, which is very difficult, and then you have this tremendous oversight with SCOE, as well as with auditors, the public, everyone. And sometimes it can be overwhelming. And so just to exhibit that grace under pressure, because this is tremendous pressure and a lot of hard work. And I think these ladies should be commended. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley.
Good evening. Nikki and I are going to combine our time. I'm David Fisher, President of Sacramento City Teachers Association. First of all, it's good to see there's been continued improvement in the budget. If you look at the first interim budget from July and look at unrestricted, it actually shows a $10.4 million improvement in the unrestricted fund bottom line. If you look at 1920 initial budget of July, it projected a deficit of $12,344,416. First interim, that unrestricted deficit has shrunk to 1.9 million. So that's good progress and improvement of $10.3 million. It's good to see that the district's enrollment is higher than projected. That will bring in a lot more ADA. We want to make sure we have as good projections as possible. Before I want to just read a little bit about the state audit as it pertains to the budget. First of all, it was mentioned earlier that teachers don't contribute to their pensions. We know they do. Right now we're at 10.25%, so we do contribute quite a bit. So the audit, as it pertains to the budget, does say that, I quote, "We did not validate the district's budget data." It also says we identified significant variances between the district's budget and actual expenditures, and it goes on and on, says a whole bunch more things. And it, more importantly, it says our audit did not confirm that Sacramento Unified needs to make $27 million in cost reductions. So just, they're using the numbers that you presented. Let's keep in mind that when we're looking at first of all, it's great that there's been a $30 million adjustment, but at the time, we were being told that that was impossible. The only possible solution was going to be the immediate opening of our contract. Otherwise, we'd be in state takeover. Glad we're not. We're appreciate the improvement. One thing I want to take a second to talk about that still perplexes me. I heard the explanation, but I'm still not clear. This district's budget should be certified as qualified based on the definition. And we've asked experts out there to make sure that we weren't just seeing things differently. If you look at the actual language of the, you have it right there? Oh, I have it here. A positive certification represents that the district will meet its financial, a qualified certification represents that the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year or the 2 subsequent years. A negative certification represents the district will be unable to meet its financial obligations for the remainder of the current year or the subsequent year. Your current projections, by that definition, are qualified. So I think that we shouldn't be afraid of just saying, we get it, we get the truth. It's not perfect, but it's qualified and it's better. And it feels a little bit to us like we're trying to stay in panic mode instead of really just pointing out the realities. A couple other quick things I want to notice just in the actual budget. The OPEB, underfunded liability, down $200 million. That's a big drop. Retiree health cost, actually down from your projection in October into now about $3 million, about 15% reduction based on the information in here. A couple of the quick questions. Let's see. The federal funds, I noticed on the unrestricted, federal funds are projected to go down by like $27 million, which seems a lot to me. I was curious about that. Still seeing books and supplies in the combined budgeted at $26 million. And then lower, it adds the $6 million for the science adoption. That seems like an awful lot. And some of our historical trends, I think the average is $8 to $10 million, and that seems over budgeted. Miss anything?
No, I mean, you're absolutely correct. The $26 million you're setting aside for materials and supplies is hugely over what's normally spent, about $8 million. And you've already set aside a separate $6 million for the science adoption. I'd also like to comment that it's nice that other people have access to the escape reports, but the public no longer has access to escape reports. We are only seeing those through public record requests. Those used to be posted online, and they should be posted online again if you expect to be treated as being transparent.
Thank you, Ms. Milewski. We're going to take board member questions at this time. Dr. Ramos, I think it would be good if you would restate why we are finding ourselves in qualified status given the comments that were just made. And I do want to just point out, because I think it's critical, there is a perception that, as I thought Board Member Morawski said so beautifully a couple board meetings ago, that we found this pot of gold, rather that we have done very difficult work to cut and save and make adjustments to put ourselves in a better fiscal position. And yet, even with that, our multi-year projections create fiscal challenges. And so to ignore that, I think, is very concerning. And I would like to hear how you respond to that.
Sure. I'll repeat the 3 major indicators that, recommended for me that we should file negative. Had we been in another situation where we barely met the 3% or the 2%, by a couple $100,000, that would be a different situation. And we had positive cash flow, and we were secure about our structural deficit, and we had a plan in place to address it. We have none of those in place. So the 3 major indicators were, first of all, that we still have that major structural deficit. You did see when we presented one of the slides, the earlier slides, that show the improvement this year, but nonetheless, the structural deficit remains in the out year. So it hasn't changed, this slide here that we talked about, if you look at the red numbers. And then secondly, we still have our cash flow issue. All we did was kick the can down the road a little bit by saving this year. But when we get to that third year, we end June with about maybe close to 2 million, a little over $2 million. And typically we end June closer to, I think it's about 60 million. I don't have the number right in front of me. So when we get to July and August, our cash is going to start to deplete significantly. We're bringing in less cash, if you look at our cash flow reports in July and August, than the expenditures going out for those 2 months. And those are our low months because we have a lot less activity in July and August. By the time we get to September, we have our big outflow of cash going out. We have a majority of our expenses. Most of the people are on payroll at that time. And again, our cash is not sufficient. So when we get to that fourth year in cash, we're pretty much depleted. We have no cash. So it would not be wise if I said, oh, we should be fine. We'll find a way to replace that cash or replenish it. We don't have a way to replenish it because our revenue is continuing to decline at that point in time. So that was the other big concern. I could not come up here and say qualified. It would indicate that the district is doing better and we are on the path to solvency, when by these indicators we are not, unless we have a solution. And I feel like I missed one other thing. Oh, and then of course not being able to meet that 2% reserve. That's your minimum gauge that the district is financially sound, by being able to meet your minimum reserves in all 3 years, and we cannot that third year. I mean, you see our ending fund balance in that third year there, it's $350,000. We need $11.5 million. So we're negative $11.5 million. We're away from our reserve in that third year. So that was the reason why I brought you a negative. I didn't feel that it was, or believe based on this information, that it would be prudent to say that we are qualified. And then we have this looming risk out in January with the LAO that we may see a $5 million reduction next year. When you apply that, that's going to worsen the situation for the district. So then we would go back into negative. So we'd be in this constant state of going back and forth. And, you know, that's pretty much the gist of that.
Thank you. Board member questions? Do we have no board member questions? Board member Morowski. I suspected that you're...
Thank you so much to both of you for the really comprehensive and detailed presentation. You answered a lot of my questions. I first a comment. I think I want to repeat something that I said, I think in June at the board meeting when we were talking about the budget, and that's that stakeholders had talked to me about the district under projecting revenues, over projecting expenditures, and that sort of being a past practice, that you could look back at previous budgets and see this pattern emerging, you know, over and over. Yes, that's always the trend. And I want to recognize again that our budgeting practices that we've put into place this year have really included a lot of reforms that address that exact situation, because that is still, I think, something that we need to educate our community about. And some of the reforms that I've identified are identifying revenue that was regularly projected too low, so that the local income that we've projected too low in the past is now being projected more accurately based on past what's actually come in. Lowering the expenditure projections based on, like you said, staffing, and I don't know if there's other areas, but basically looking and really tightening up the budget to make sure that it's aligning with actually what we project to spend, and not kind of inflated based on, you know, fully funding positions that we know are not going to be 100% filled. So that practice has changed already, right? Mm-hmm. And realistic estimates using the best practices for enrollment data estimates and ADA. So I just want to again commend you both and recognize that these practices have changed and been reformed so that we are more accurately projecting our costs and revenues. So just because, you know, things looked a certain way in the past based on past practice, those things are not true moving forward. And given that, we have to be more cognizant of the fiscal risk, because if we are, there's not like a padding on the budget now, right? There's not like we are tailoring the budget to exactly what we think it's going to be. So we're not going to, get huge surprises like, oh, look, we turned out okay. I mean, I think this budget reflects a variety of changes in various areas. We have $5 million in fiscal risk, as was stated. So that easily could, it's 11.5 going down to around 4.5 for our deficit number for this year. That could easily go up to 9.5 with that fiscal, and that would be, that's a change that's likely to occur. So I think we just need to be really careful. To address one of the public comments, I have actually called for scenarios as talked about in the audit for a balanced budget, and also for the board to bring forward a reserve policy. So I just wanted to state that again publicly for the record. A couple of questions. I wanted to address the ongoing change in the 27 million number that you said is the kind of target that we need to find that level of savings starting next year. I wanted to ask, is that to wipe out the deficit spending?
Well, it will wipe it out. Let me go to that slide here. Will address the deficit spending, but the concern is that this one here we are. So it will wipe out the deficit spending in 21, 22. It will achieve the 2% required reserve that we do have in place. And what we need to do now is add that 22, 23 year so that we can see what the impact will be on the out years. And I'm being cautious about saying yes. I would say yes if all things were going to be status quo in terms of the COLA at 3.79% that we were banking on. I'm not sure now until we know in January what kind of COLA we can look forward to, including in that final fourth year, before I can answer confidently that, yeah, that's going to be the solution, because it may be worse, it may not be worse. So if everything were to remain the same, we were pretty confident that 27 would have done it. We might have had to go up a little bit depending on our expenses in the out years. And then, of course, depending on enrollment, how that was coming in. If we continue to along this, this current positive trend of a lower decline, it should have been good. I know that didn't sound like a definite answer, but that's where we're at.
So that's, I mean, essentially how that $27 million number was derived.
Yes, it was.
To close the deficit,
yes.
Essentially. Okay. Just a couple of other requests that we've talked about in the past, and just wanted to again get it on the record, and that's about having a much better display of program and cost data for special ed. I think it's really critical for so many budgetary and programmatic reasons that we just have much better data on this. And so I want to request, as we're talking about adopting a 2021 budget, that we have a much more robust display of information. So I wanted to, just make that request well in advance. So hopefully that can be the case. I also wanted to request that we bring back to the full board the impact of the SIG grant reductions. I think this is going to be a big deal for our community, and we need to talk about that and what the impact is, and if there are any opportunities to advocate for filling in some of that funding. And I think that also plays into a comment that Mr. Fisher referenced in terms of the federal funds that are declining over those years. I think that's the SIG is part of that, but maybe you can address that piece. Is that the reason for the decline?
In the federal case, we also have CSI in there as well, and those were one-time monies. We knew that. I can't recall off the top of my head the amount that we were awarded for that, and those are expiring in June of 21. So that's a piece of it.
Okay. And lastly, if you could just address again the books and supplies line item. I know that was a source of confusion for a lot of people and for me, and just the way that is budgeted
it's
and
budgeted,
the way
yeah.
it's used.
And it's a common practice, and it's a very typical questions that we hear in many districts. After we close the books, of course, we have what's referred to as carryover, leftover balances in various accounts. So what districts do is they put those carryover funds in the 4,000s in the books and supplies. It's like a holding account that we use until sites and departments can determine what's the best way to allocate their carryover funds. And so then what you see at first interim is that shift. And so that's why you saw a huge decline in the books and supplies. And then you saw the increases in capital outlay and services and other operating costs, because by now schools and departments, they know where they want to spend those funds. So you saw that pretty even shift from those categories.
And should we continue to see that decline?
In the books and supplies?
Yeah.
It depends. As we go throughout the year, if we find that we're not going to need to spend on whatever item we have budgeted there for whatever reason, maybe we're putting it off a year, that's when we start tightening up the budget and we start to see that decrease. But then that decrease is going
Stays
to,
over.
correct, it'll
Okay.
be transferred to the next year. So
Thank
you
you.
may.
And I did ask the question to Ms. Terry Ryland from SCOE about, whether this was a common practice or whether this was just a Sac City unified practice. And she said, no, that's just what school districts do throughout the state. So thank you.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation, lots of information. So I'm just trying to figure out which questions overlap for me to follow up on. So I do have three areas. So the unduplicated students. So we under-identified students. We have less revenue for unduplicated, so somehow the numbers are lower. Any additional information that you can provide just to help me peel back the onion a little bit more in terms of what happened there?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure exactly that we under-identified as much as maybe some students, and we're still kind of digging and looking for information, because what could be happening is students could truly be transitioning out of EL programs, so you wouldn't count them. And so we don't know that for certainty unless, Jackie, do you know if there's new information on that? But I can also continue to say that in my former districts, what we saw when we did see that decline, it was mostly due to families just not wanting to identify. And we saw a reduction in our free and reduced lunch count because of fear of being identified. So until we know exactly what's happening in this district, I can't tell you that which one, but we do know we had a 300 count decline for sure in the unduplicated count.
So if you look at last year's report on the unduplicated count, you can see that we have less English learners. That is because the district has been working hard to redesignate English learners, and so you can see that progress in the report. I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm just saying that is definitely something that happened, so that is one of the changes. But the biggest change is in the free and reduced, like Rose was talking about. And the district, if I'm going to get the numbers approximately right, the district goes and figures out, all the students that are foster, homeless, English learners, direct certified, which means that the file comes to the district, they don't have to do any work on that. And that left about 15,000 students that, the district needed to follow up on to see, how many of them might be free and reduced or whatever. And they worked on that, and they're down to about 3,300 students, that they didn't get information on. So that's the piece that you don't know if they qualify for being free and reduced. But if they did, if 10% did, that would be, with that rolling average, almost $2 million, in a couple of years. So it is an area where if we can get some good processes in place to just know, if the students qualify, then you get the additional monies to support them. We're not trying to have anyone say they're free and reduced that they're not, but we just want to know, do they qualify? And that's the piece where I was trying to talk about, that where we don't know for sure, and we might have missed out on some revenues.
Okay, because I understand that part, especially as the federal conversation talking about changes in federal regulations and how that may impact families' willingness to
Yeah.
to report, self-report their financial information, right? And forego having access to a free or reduced lunch. So my concern is that we're going to continue to see this number go down, not necessarily by something we're not doing, but we just can't get families to report because they're afraid of something else. But what also triggered my mind was there was another state audit that came out relative to the district's identification of homeless youth. I don't know if maybe there's something that we can come back at some point and look at what the recommendations in that report are. They looked at several local educational agencies and they found some common trends in terms of overall districts and counties under-identifying homeless youth. So we're not drawing down not only LCFF dollars, but also federal dollars. So just trying to figure out where we are as a district and how we can improve. There's always opportunities to improve. So if we can come back with that conversation, I'd appreciate it. And then on page 7 of the presentation, your first bullet. So the district has identified and acted on most non-negotiable items. So can you share a little bit of what's remaining and that is not, that hasn't been acted on? Is it that list that you shared that is kind of off the table? Just trying to get a sense of what's left.
What's left, that's not very little. And a little bit of that was identified tonight. You saw the reductions that we made in the expenditure, but those are not recurring. Those are just one time. So we'll continue to do that every year, but that's not going to achieve the solution. And the other items that we looked at were unfortunately those programs that are very important to the district, to students. So there is not very much that we can look at. I mean, and not to say that that we've just stopped looking at everything. And I know we have a huge review of our special ed costs and trying to see what we can do. But if anything, that will take time to implement. If we want to bring any programs in-house, I've seen that done in other districts. It's a few years down the road. And not only that, you have to invest the dollars to build the program internally. So that's something that definitely is being looked at very seriously. And aside from that, unfortunately, personnel costs make up like 90% of our unrestricted general fund. So it's really tough to look at, what else in that 10% category that we can reduce. The majority of that is fixed operating costs that, we have very little control over. We have to keep lights on, buy supplies and so forth. But not to say that we're not looking. We are looking for efficiencies all the time. I just can't think of anything off the top of my head that would be that significant to achieve anything close or even half of the $27 million.
Right. Well, thank you. And then my last question is just something that I can, understand. So going back to the target number being 27 million in reductions in ongoing dollars, right? So in thinking just sort of the conversation sort of that may happen at the state level relative to special education dollars being on an ongoing basis moving forward, depending on policy reforms, just trying to sort of connect if changes outside of what we can control here, we get additional dollars on an ongoing basis. Does that essentially reduce the 27 million dollar for dollar or I don't know, roughly speaking? So if we get 5 million on ongoing special ed dollars, does that bring it down from 27? I'm just trying to figure out to 22 or maybe it's 24. I'm just trying to figure out like how to start connecting those dots just as we move forward. Just to see what else is changing that isn't necessarily by our own doing that could help our situation and start changing that number.
It can, provided those new dollars don't have any new initiatives or new programs attached. That's when it gets a little tricky. When the state does give us restricted dollars, often they come with new expenses. So that wouldn't help, right? Because, they're just paying for the new expenses. But if they come the way they came this time and ongoing, where they say they're unrestricted, absolutely, that would, address our issue.
Okay, so that's good feedback for advocacy purposes, right? Because we're not the only district that is in this situation, and dedicated but flexible dollars are important as they reduce the pressure on the general fund. So thank you, and thank you for all the hard work.
And Board Member Garcia, there is a collaborative of large urban school districts that will be submitting a request to the governor's office and members of the legislature, I think, as you're aware. Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments from board members? We don't. Thank you so much, Dr. Ramos, and thank you so much, Jackie. We so appreciate your continued presence in the district. And, oh, sorry, I let you go without moving from conference to action. Do we have a motion to move? And second, student preferential vote? All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Do we have a motion to take action on the first interim? Student preferential vote? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item 11.0, the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Do we have a second? Second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Item 12.0, receive business and financial information. Do we have any public comments on item 12.1?
Yes, Madam President, we do. Ms. Nunley has comment on this item.
What was it? Am I on? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, you're on.
All right. On the attendance report, since that's the first one, I was making note as I look at the elementary, and I think it's more in the elementary, you do already have some of the schools, and this is only month 2, that are showing some concern. In particular, Father B. Kinney, John D. Sloat, Leotata Floyd, and Parkway Elementary. Your average for elementary is 96.39%. Those 4 are under 95%, so a full percentage point below your average. And in particular, Sloat is at 93.79, which is extremely concerning. For your middle school, it looks like Kit Carson, and your high schools seem to be doing a little bit better. So hopefully that trend can be arrested at the very least, and so we're not seeing that because, as we know, as the year goes on, it just gets worse. And then, should I go right into the suspension?
Yes, please do.
Okay, wait a minute, don't I get more? So your suspension report is August through November. And I do appreciate, again, I really like how the report is being done now, where it has the regular district and then it specifically breaks out by grade level and by all of the categories, the African American, because that is so, it is the group that is most impacted. Again, we see your rate right now is at 1.7, just 2 or 3 months in. For African Americans, it's already at 5, so you're still almost 3 times. For the elementary, you have some of your elementary, I believe it's Bret Hart and Hollywood Park are some of your highest ones that are really truly outliers. And then when it comes to
Usually gets 4 minutes because they're 2 separate items.
when it comes to the African American, there's 4. There's Bret Hart, Earl Warren, Ethel Phillips, New Joseph, and Tahoe Elementary, which are true outliers for your African American. And then on your middle school, some of these, it's kind of shocking. Albert Einstein and Rosa Parks, where they're over, I mean, one is at 14.4, the other is at 13.6%. And of course, when you finally get all the way down to the actual programs, the students that are most impacted are your foster youth at 6.3%, your homeless students at 3.4%, and your special ed at 3.2%. It's still a concern, still something that I believe the district needs to put a light on, and I hope that whatever practices have started to be implemented, that they're furthered along, especially in the SIPSIS.
Thank you for continuing to watchdog this issue, Cecile.
We also have another public comment on 12.3. Ms. Allison French Tubal.
Hello. Regarding suspension, I wanted to take this opportunity to comment on the recent legislation that removes one reason for suspension. Amongst the general public, I am seeing a mistaken belief that that means there is now no means of handling serious safety discipline issues at schools. So I know the school board is aware of this, but I just want to share with people, there's still more than a dozen reasons under state law that students can be suspended. All that's been removed is one catch-all that has had a tendency to be applied unfairly and inequitably. But if someone says to you, a teacher could be threatened with violence and the student would come right back to class, no, that's not what state law allows. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Tubo. We appreciate that. And with that, we are going to go to item 13.0, future board meetings and dates and locations. Our next board meeting will be held on January 16th. So I hope that everyone enjoys their holiday in the interim. With that, we are going to adjourn back into closed session.
President Ryan, before we adjourn back into closed session, I would just like to recognize that even though he's left for the night, tonight was Alex Barrios's last board meeting with our district, as he will be pursuing another career. So I just wanted to thank him for his service of his 3+ years with the district.
Noted. Thank you, Vice President Pritchett.